PDM. Let's go to the slide on the context of PDM. Secretariat, we need to move together. Now the PDM actualizes the vision of our country as given in the NDP, the National Development Plan, the NRM Manifesto, our NRM principles, especially the principle on socio-economic development or socio-economic transformation, and generally the vision of the country as espoused by our leader, His Excellency the President. Next slide. We'll move a bit fast, so try and move with me. Now, PDM emphasizes the whole of government approach. We are moving together as all ministries, all local governments in implementation of PDM. The thrust of government is to create jobs, create wealth or improve household incomes, and to ensure service delivery at the grassroots level, centered at the parish. So we call it the PDM because we are looking at two main variables: improvement in household incomes. The money we are giving under PDM cannot be the end result. The end result is to change the people's livelihood. So increase in people's incomes at the household level is a focus in terms of what we're trying to achieve. The second one is improvement in the parish. That's why we do parish profiling. That's why we're looking at the data of services at the parish. The focus of PDM through its pillars is how do we improve the parish as the grassroots community level of management. In terms of the policy institutional frameworks, PDM is linked to the various government policies and institutional frameworks, especially those under which local governments operate. Constitution, the Local Government Act, the policy of decentralization, our relationship within the East Africa community and Africa and the rest. But also at a global level, looking at the UN SDGs, because PDM actually is our mechanism for implementation of the SDGs. Last year, at the UN SDG midterm review, we as a country committed ourselves to use PDM as an accelerator of Uganda's inclusive development so as to ensure that we leave nobody behind. And that is why in the review of this year in July, we'll have a slot at the UN to present the milestones of PDM and how these link to the various pillars of the SDGs. The PDM 7 pillars are fully aligned to the SDGs. And that's why, in my considered view, PDM is a strong mechanism for Uganda to achieve the SDG targets and indicators. And we'll give that highlight in that kind of picture of a house. Just look at that roof, and that is what we're trying to achieve, what I talked about, improvements at the household and generally the parish level. But for that, we have a foundation. And the foundation is the database that we are able to know where we are and that we are able to track our progress. And the database for PDM is actually linked to the various indicators of SDGs. And on the sides, you have the two strong pillars. Just like you look at this tent. Without these pillars, we cannot have a tent holding. And pillar 1 is the agricultural value chain development. Our target is to increase production, productivity, storage, processing, and marketing, especially of the agricultural products along the value chain. And then pillar 3, the financial inclusion pillar. delivery of financial services to all the citizens. So that's where you have formation of enterprise groups and PDM circles at the parish, affordable credit to the people, providing agriculture insurance, savings, payment platforms, and so on. So we're looking at financial inclusion, ensuring that all Ugandans are in the money economy. The superstructure is the infrastructure and economic services. Now we want to deliver on increased production, productivity, marketing. But you will not achieve that unless you have worked on the infrastructure and economic services. We're talking of the roads, we're talking of the economic services, we're talking of internet and so on. And then under Pillar 4, we do realize that the holistic improvement of humankind requires those services: health, education, environment, and so on. So Pillar 4 taps into services at the parish level that government is committed to make sure that the whole of mankind is actually uplifted. Pillar 5 is also critical because within the home, you must move together, you must move in the same direction. Community mobilization and mindset change is there to ensure that we do achieve all the rest in the same direction without somebody not understanding what we are doing. And for that to happen, again, we need to have the right governance, the right administration, the right policies at community level. So within that, I now like to take you to each pillar and link them, these pillars, to the SDGs. I believe within the room you have some pictures showing the various development goals. Pillar 1, agricultural value chain, will certainly tap into ending poverty, ending hunger, ensuring food security, improving nutrition, promoting sustainable agriculture. We are no doubt, if we can implement PDM to the dot, we shall certainly achieve SDG 1 and SDG 2 without any doubt. But we're also looking at sustainable consumption and production patterns, climate action, and global partnerships. Because PDM is not just about government, it's about partnerships. And I'm glad that we have the civil society, the religious leaders, and others represented. We need you. And at a later stage, I will mention the roles of the various players. So local partnerships, but as well international partnerships. Pillar 2 is about infrastructure and economic services. Now this certainly contributes to attainment of SDG 7, ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. But also look at SDG 8, sustainable, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. SDG 9, building resilient infrastructure. And then, of course, 17 global partnerships. So when we look at these two pillars, Pillar 1, Pillar 2, the funds we are providing under PDM are to increase production, but also productivity, value addition, exactly along the entire value chain of each of our agricultural products. Look at, for example, poultry. We're talking about on the farm, the chicks, but also along the way, there are players who are talking of roasting of chicken. There are people who are adding value at various stages, using the eggs for various purposes and so on. Now, the government has provided extension service grant to enhance this pillar. And I hope the chief administrative officers and town clerks have brought this to the attention of the political leaders at the local government, that we have provided a grant to strengthen attainment of increased production, productivity, and so on. And again, under infrastructure, when we talk about providing 1 billion shillings for road maintenance this year, we are shooting exactly into that pillar. It's not starting just in the air. It's our awareness as government that yes, you have the road fund, which has been there, 300 million per district around that. But now there is a commitment to provide 1 billion shillings, not to start new roads, not to tarmac roads, but to make the roads motorable throughout the various sub-counties. So one of the indicators shall be how many kilometers of roads have you maintained. Yesterday, this is continuing, even in the next financial year. Pillar 3 is on financial inclusion. I believe you know that of the 100 million shillings we send per parish or per ward, 30% is committed to the women in that parish. 30% is committed to the youth in that parish. 10% is committed to persons with this, and 10% to the elderly persons. And you know, when you talk of inclusiveness, bringing everybody on board, we are targeting the 39% of households which are living in subsistence. In subsistence, we've made it easier to understand that what you are producing at the household level is hardly enough to sustain the food security of the home. And therefore, you may not have the surplus to take to the market to sell and get money. And that's food security, and then you have the surplus to take to the market for sale. Now, the inclusivity in that pillar is to ensure that in the next 5 years, we do not have a household not earning less than 20 million shillings per annum. Now, yesterday I had the question, is 1 million enough? My staff are here, the PDM Secretariat. They can demonstrate that. And we'll show examples where people have borrowed this 1 million shillings and it is making a transformation in their lives. Pillar 4 is on social services. We're contributing to SDGs 3, ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all at all ages. SDG 4, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education, promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. SDG 5, achieving gender equality, empowering women and girls. SDG 6, ensuring availability and sustainability of good water and sanitation, reducing inequalities, global partnerships. I think we must also be having the one of health service. So this is, again, the commitment of government to make sure that, you know, we are focused, we're going below the districts, below the sub-counties, to the parish level, where possible. And we are saying, in terms of education, the policy of government is to have a government primary school at every parish. We may not yet be there. And at later, sometime, we shall have to do the analysis. So how many parishes do we have? How many have these primary schools now? And where is the gap? We have 10,594 parishes in the country. So we want later to do that kind of analysis. Now, we may not at the moment go to a health center 2 at a parish, but if we can achieve health center 3 at every sub-county, and then support the village health teams, the VHTs, at the village level, we shall certainly be achieving the SDG on better health for our people. Let me go to pillars 5, community mobilization, mindset change. Certainly this helps in terms of ending poverty in all its forms, because sometimes poverty is a question of the attitude. It's not the question of resources. It's not the question of, you know, the potentials you have within the family. It is sometimes a question of the mindset. So all these other SDGs actually tap into ending poverty and all other SDGs by changing the mindset of our population. And under PDM, we have invested a lot in mobilization, in sensitization, and that effort has been led by cabinet. At one time, the entire cabinet spent about 10 days out in the upcountry, in the different districts, supporting the local governments with the members of parliament, doing community mobilization and sensitization. It is a realization that you will not fight poverty unless you also help the population to change their mindset. Pillar 6 on the parish-based management information system. I believe we have an SDG on data and reliable data, which is important for budgeting, for planning, and tracking our achievements in a multi-dimensional manner. We have made this a key pillar, a key objective under PDM by developing our own parish-based management information system. And at the click of a button, I'm able to tell if we have sent 100 million shillings per parish, I'm able to tell how many parishes have received this money and how many beneficiaries have actually received this money. In which enterprise groups are we investing this money? Now, if we do that, then it will ease our reporting on the various indicators under SDGs. Because the database, the data is actually managed by the parish chiefs at the parish level. And it trickles upwards and is aggregated at the national level. So I think in terms of other countries, I'm not sure if we will find a competitor as Uganda in this type of approach, that we can capture data specific to the various indicators at the parish level using the lowest administrator we call the parish chief. Now the challenge we have at the moment is to provide the tablets to these parish chiefs and continued training. And again, that is where we'll need the support of our partners. Under Pillar 7, governance and administration. When we started implementing PDM, out of the 10,594, we had only about 6,000 parish chiefs. As I speak today, all the parishes are fully manned. They were recruited, they were trained, they are there, they know what they are doing. But we've also formed at the parish level what we call the Parish Development Committee, the PDC. This is important because we are working in terms of managing PDM. We need the administrators, we need the security teams, we need the peacemakers, we need the civil society. Now, this level of partnership at that community level should help us in attainment of promoting peace, inclusive societies, sustainable development, security, accountability, and so on. We have an approach we are using in implementing these 7 pillars. We didn't just start everywhere. We said, let's move in a harmonized way. In the first 2 years, call that the establishment phase, 2021 to 23. With the work we did under PDM was mainly community mobilization and sensitization, establishing the structures, establishing the enterprise groups and circles at the parish level. When I talk of enterprise group, I mean if I'm doing poultry and you are doing poultry and she's doing poultry and we are from the same locality, we form an enterprise group for poultry. It's important for joint bargaining. It is important for peer-to-peer learning and monitoring and evaluation. That's the stage at which we developed our PDM information system. We did data collection at the household level, and we started on profiling the communities. We did capitalization in a restricted way. That's, I think the members remember when we gave 17 million per circle, and then we had a few challenges here and there, but that was a learning lesson on how to move to a bigger facility. We prepared the households to invest in their enterprises using a chibalo. A chibalo is calculation. That if you are going for coffee and you have 1 acre, it should be clear to you as a farmer that in that 1 acre you're going to put 450 seedlings. And that in that 1 acre, with that 1 million, you should be able to harvest into seasons so much, and what you harvest and sell should be more than what you invested. And this kind of business development service has actually trickled down to the community level. We constituted at the national level our working groups, and then we agreed on the monitoring and evaluation framework. In the 2 years that followed, the stabilization and acceleration phase, we went out to ensure full activation of Pillar 1, that is increased agriculture, production, and so on, especially in terms of input certification, providing extension services, storage, processing, marketing, and so on. Now, this is a phase in which we still are, so don't say, but where are the stores? I'm talking of 2023, 24 to 24, 25. It is our commitment at community level, at the parish level, to ensure that Pillar 1 is actualized to the full. We provide the business development services. We strengthened governance of the enterprise groups and the circles through training. We continued with the registration of households on the PDMIS and profiling the community resources, that is water points, the storage, the health centers, the schools, and so on. And then we enhanced the digital system. We'll explain that a little later. Promoted savings and agriculture insurance by negotiating with the banks and private companies, and then the whole aspect of monitoring and evaluation in a digitalized manner. In the final phase, the sustainability phase, 2025 and onwards, we shall continue aligning and consolidating PDM with all other wealth creation initiatives of government, and we shall also enhance further capitalization of the PDM circles. We shall transform the PRIF, hopefully, into a community-based savings and credit scheme or bank where possible. Why talk of a community development bank? Why not? We've given the example of the Grameen Bank. These things are possible. If in each parish every year, as government, and for today we're still using government-owned resources, we are investing 100 million per annum. Already last year we gave out 100 million. This financial year, which ends end of this month, we are giving out 100 million. Next year, Parliament has given us 100 million per parish. In 5 years, you're having 500 million shillings per parish. This is a grant from government to the parish, but it's a loan from the parish to the beneficiaries at that level, with a little bit of interest, not real interest. Some societies don't like to hear that word. It is managing the inflation, the cost of money as a result of time, and so on, and the rise of prices of commodities. So we've put, at the moment, is 6%. If inflation goes to 7%, we shall have got 7%. And we gave the farmers 2 years grace period, so that they can really use and reuse and reapply and reinvest their money. But at the end of the day, they are going to plow back this money into their same circle. And other members will benefit in terms of borrowing that money. They'll use it and pay it back. At the end of the day, within Uganda, you will have circles at every parish. Now, if we can invest into their management capabilities and we attract more resources, I have no reason to doubt that we can actually have community-based banks, fully owned and managed by the population at that level. That will be significant transformation for Uganda. We're also going to continue strengthening our governance, oversight, accountability of PDM. In terms of progress, go to the next slide. Simply re-echoing what I said earlier, we started by establishing the PDM structures, the The structures at the top, you'll see we all report cabinet. Below cabinet, we have the National Policy Coordination Committee, chaired by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. We have the PDM Secretariat and the working groups in the various ministries. We have at the district level coordination team, and there's a PDM coordinator. Under the overall governance of the district chairperson, RDC and Cowell Town Clerk and Mayor. We have also, we recruited the parish chiefs and then activated the parish development committees and the SACCOs. Then we moved community mobilization and community information system by training and sensitization of technical and political leaders, community meetings, data collection, and identifying the subsistence households through various community-based ranking schemes like wealth ranking, enterprise selection, and so on. We proceeded to do community organization and strengthening the community enterprise groups, the PDM SACCOs, enabling them to open their bank accounts and so on. The fourth level, we then rolled out PDM to all the parishes through rolling out the financial inclusion pillar, capitalizing the PDM SACCOs, and then building their capacities. Then monitoring and evaluation by drawing key lessons, progress evaluation, results tracking. We are now actually at that level in terms of the results tracking. So from here, each local government leader should be able to track. The question is, if we give 100 households 1 million shillings each, what happens to that money? You may have some few losses here and there, some few diversions, but we believe that the majority are actually applying, and I'll show that later. In terms of digitalization, I've talked of the Parish Development Management Information System, and we have actually developed a digital application called Wendy, together with Postbank, which is enabling us to track the resources, also to be able to provide this money to the beneficiaries without extreme costs. So previously, at the beginning, these beneficiaries would have accounts and they would have to go to the bank to collect their money. Some of these banks are quite far, and you heard the stories of some people sleeping at the banks, waiting to pick their money. We think that this can be cut out if we save on time, if we save on the travel costs, if we're able to track the funds, if we're able to know the beneficiaries better, ensure that the allocations are managed by the SACCO leaders themselves, and we're able to enhance accountability and efficiency. So money now goes to the Wendy wallet of the SACCO leader, the chairperson of the SACCO. Remember yesterday, there was this question of the loss of some of the money or accountability and so on. At the beginning, as I've taken you through the journey, government sent the money through the local government accounting officers, the chief administrative officer or the town clerk and so on. But in the next phase, we sent the money to the banks to pay the beneficiaries. Today we are sending the money right from the central government to the SACCO chairperson mobile money wallet. And they are expected to pay their beneficiaries also without having to travel to the banks and so on looking for their money on their phones. Now, how has this worked? It is beginning, we're still training, and I would love to hear from the various local government leaders. I was talking to the Mayor Koboko. He said they have moved very fast, and they have already even disbursed the 50 million shillings we gave using Wendy. I was in Ibanda over the weekend. I found actually the municipality of Ibanda have also moved. They are maybe at around 80 to 90%. Akumiro district, Wakiso and so on. So we still have a long way, to achieve this, but the dashboard can be shown so that you see that we are able digitally to actually know the payment details in terms of the enterprise groups. I'm on this side of the column, the PDM circles, the capitalization per PDM circle, the scores, the loan management, the billing and payment, supplier management, savings reports, whether they've provided the reports or not. And so that's why yesterday I was able to ask my PDM coordinator. I said, so we are supposed to have commitments for special interest groups. Where are we today? And as you see on the right there, beneficiaries by age group. So the age under 35, the youth, they're supposed to have 30% of all the revolving fund. They have already accessed 33%. We are on track. Then you look at beneficiaries by gender, the middle circle. We're supposed to provide 30%, minimum 30% to the women in each parish. The women, the households which belong to subsistence, they have already accessed 53% compared to the men. We are on track, if not beyond track. Then we have a commitment of 10% for persons with a disability, the red circle. There we are not yet there. They have only accessed 2% out of the 10% they are supposed to access. And that's a question of sensitization, training, capacity building, mobilization, and organization. But that's simply to demonstrate that, yes, we are able to have this kind of information which will feed into our report on the SDGs. Next slide. As I said, we have 10,594 parishes. Out of these, 10,585 have already been capitalized with 150 million shillings as the parish revolving fund. So last financial year we gave 100. This year we've already given 50 million shillings per parish. And we are committed by the end of the year, which is by the end of this month, in the next 2 weeks. Actually, this week and next week, we are releasing the balance 50 million shillings per parish. And I want to commend the districts in terms of the utilization or disbursement of the 100 million we gave last year. All of you are beyond 98%. It is quite motivating. That's why I'm saying now, in terms of the process, the challenge I'm giving you now is not whether we have disbursed, but the utilization and impact on the livelihood. And that is the role of the political leader, that we as local government leaders have a role in monitoring, supervising, follow-up, and tracking utilization of these resources, not just in terms of the money they have received, but also in terms of the impact created at household level. We're also looking on the next slide at how are they investing this money, in which enterprises. It's mainly coffee, about 163,000 households. And the encouragement is, even on the 4 acres or 2 acres, actually coffee is a good cash crop. You can make money. You can get some good income at the household level. His Excellency the President took the whole of Cabinet about 2 weeks ago to visit some of the coffee farmers, and we saw it. And they're able to attest, in 1 acre somebody can get 15 million. In 2 acres somebody can get up to 30, 40 million. It is quite a good story to tell. The other is dairy, about 84,000 households. Piggery is also invested into, about 240,000 households. Poultry, 238,000 households. And generally, we're talking, by now, we're talking of about 1.1 million households have received the parish revolving fund. What is our target? We have in the country about 8.2 8.8 million households. We're still waiting for the census results, but using the 2014 figures. So the 39% of 8.8 million, we're talking of about 3.5 million households. That is our target. And in the first year, we've already hit 1.1 million households. Thereafter, in the next 3 to 4 years, really, when I stand and I say we should not have a household outside the money economy, we're serious. We can't get there, colleagues. It's a question of how strong we become. This picture is a testimony that we are in the right direction as far as PDM is concerned. And there's again, the dashboard will give you that highlight of the type of enterprise groups in which we've invested, and I've gone through that. Let's quickly go to the emerging issues. What are the challenges? Because I don't want to paint just a rosy picture that all is going well. I've certainly said in the last 2 years, we've been able to release the 150 million shillings per parish. Before we go to these issues, just a quick recap on where are we now, the achievements so far. That with the 150 million shillings per parish, by March 30th, we had hit 1.1 million households out of our target of 3.5 million households. And we still have to give out the 50 million for this financial year. When we do that, I want to believe by the time I give another report around July or August, we shall be talking of maybe 1.8 million or to 2 million households. I've also said we've moved in terms of digitalizing this approach so that we make it less costly. We make it easier to manage. We make it easier for us to get the reports. Nonetheless, we have a few challenges. We have emerging issues. One, the issue of markets. There is increased production. I was talking with some of my leaders from Karamoja here as well came in. They are stuck with the maize. Some are stuck with the eggs. We're going to increase productivity. But the question is, the people are beginning to ask is, where is the market? So we have to look into strengthening of taking the products from the farms and adding value and tapping into the local, the regional, and international markets. We need the private sector involvement in this. The other challenge is mindset change is not a guarantee for everybody. We need to continue because some people tend to think that when you talk about PDM, we're talking about money. Give us 100 million per parish, that is PDM. No, sir, no, madam. If we only focus on money, we are going to increase production and we will not have the roads to evacuate the produce to the market. We are going to increase production and then literacy remains a challenge in the parishes. So we must change our mindset to understand, colleagues in government, that we must work together, all of us, all the sectors have a role to play. Also mindset change at the community and household level. The issue of data is certainly a challenge. As I told you, the parish chiefs don't yet have the tablets. We had thought we would use those which were used in the census, but we're still talking to Minister of ICT and UBOS. They've told me they still need them for other exercises because they continue with surveys and so on. But we will certainly get there. It is critical and we must address it. Not only the equipment, but also the training, the software, and so on. Friends, change management is certainly something we must continue emphasizing at sectoral level and also at project level. We shall continue to sensitize and provide capacity building where necessary. It is a requirement for all of us. We have a challenge of diversion of funds in some places, especially by some household beneficiaries. who then say, I have money and I have other necessities. Before you talk about investing it in coffee, Mr. Minister, sir, my child is sick. And I'm not going to wait and bury my child because I have 1 million here. Or the other one was sent out of school and he's seated with me here. Maybe I can use 100,000 for that. So we have to look at these things in a holistic manner. But we also get some challenge at that diversion level in terms of extortion. Extortion, especially by some circle leaders who say, before I disburse your money to you, please put down some little for me. And we must continue fighting that vice. We need to match the releases with the seasons. Because in most of our communities, it's 2 seasons. Around March, April, May, around August, September, October. Now, if we are going to release money at the end of June and give it to the beneficiaries in July, it could be a dry season in some areas. So we have to face the challenges of climate and make sure that we match the releases with the seasons. We have a challenge of internet capabilities and connections in some areas. In some places, this has actually caused a delay in disbursements. What is our role? Because I keep on saying we all have a role to play in PDM. Let's look at that demonstration. At the center, we have Government of Uganda, ministries, departments, and agencies of government, and local governments. Our role is policy making. Our role is provision of capital. Our role is to secure the environment, peace, safety of these investments, continue research and development on PDM so that we keep on improving it, provide standards and certification, especially of the inputs, mobilization, financial literacy, extension service, management of the weather, and so on. Down in the right corner, farming communities. These are the immediate beneficiaries. And they are categorized into the smallholder farmers. Their role is intensive farming using calculation, using a chivalry, because they have small pieces of land. But there are medium-sized farmers and large-scale farmers who can actually use tractors and other equipment to improve their productivity. And then the President has guided on the issue of landowners and vibanja holders, because we all have a stake. So it cannot be a program where we are seeing our people being chased away from their land simply because they are vibanja holders. And the President has guided on that one. On the extreme left, down, we have the off-takers. These are the people who move the produce from the farm to the market to process it. They aggregate it, they buy in bulk, they provide the storage, they provide the logistics and handling, and they are supported in the extreme right upper corner by the input and advisory agencies. These are the people who provide the seeds, the input dealers, the mechanization service providers, agribusiness advisory and extension service. We have the finance institutions, we have the banks, the insurance providers, and their role is certainly financial provision and insurance. And in the middle, we have our development partners, whose role is also critical in terms of providing the international experience and expertise. This is PDM for Uganda. Is there something we can learn from other countries? They can also enhance the financing of PDM. They can play a role in monitoring and evaluation, digitalization and data collection and management, process reviews, and linking PDM with other initiatives in country and abroad, and forging partnerships. Let me look at the impacts. We've done all this. Is there any impact? I don't know, Honorable Garabs, whether we have some video to play, but we've captured some examples, very many examples. And if you have watched UBC television every evening over the last 2-3 months, we've actually been screening examples of beneficiaries of PDM. Now this is Natkunda Allen, beneficiary of 1 million shillings in Ibanda district. And she's part of an enterprise group called Nalongo Tumanyane Poultry Enterprise Group, composed of the Nalongos. Nalongos are those who produce 2x2 and 3 and so on, with about 25 members. They are in poultry, and you see a happy Ugandan carrying her eggs to the market for sale. But we have a video which could be played if there is time. The other one is Ato Mariam, a PDM beneficiary who got 1 million in August last year and invested it in piggery. She bought 4 pigs, a male pig and a female. 1 female died, but the remaining have produced 9 piglets, I think in March this year, not 23, in March 2024. Just before we talk of conclusion, I'm looking at the parish now. This is the household, what they are borrowing. If we could focus now a little bit at the parish, what are we looking at? What are the type of services critical? Move to the next slide, but one, next, yes. Critical services at the parish level. If we implement PDM together, if all the sectors take PDM seriously, if our development partners come on board, if civil society joins this effort, if the religious leaders join this effort, you're looking at PDM is helping us to profile the services at the parish. It is the secretariat which now has information for each parish. How many schools, how many health centers, the water facilities, and so on and so forth. We can also have stronger certification and inspection of agricultural inputs at the parish. If this is too low, this could be done at the higher level of the sub-county. Community organization in terms of, we're going to have parishes with strong circles, with strong parish development committees. And for us in local government, we need these development committees for planning and budgeting purposes, because we have data at that level. So we can have a 3-year development plan of the parish, because PDM provides you the data, and you can use it for projection. We can strengthen agricultural extension service at the parish level by making sure that, and this is the commitment of His Excellency the President, that we have at least 2 extension officers per sub-county, one in livestock, another in crops, so that they are facilitated and they are able to reach out to the farmers. Our view is strengthening storage, aggregation, processing, value addition of these products within the ease or within the community neighborhood. We shall continue to focus on water, both for domestic consumption but also for production. You cannot talk about increasing production without water. So that is why yesterday we discussed the issue of irrigation, micro-irrigation under the UGIFT project. And those districts which have not done well, please pull up, because we need this facility to increase production and productivity. Financial services closest to the people. As I said, we've now moved in terms of providing accessible and easy and affordable credit to a farmer, that you don't have to mortgage this and mortgage that, but there is some credit available. And the President has challenged us, say, if you think what we are providing now is not adequate, tell us, come as minister, come back to government, and we see whether we need to improve. And we have that vision of stronger security of the people at the parish, stronger health care of the people within their community, both for curative and preventive reasons: education that is affordable and accessible to the children, community development services, environment sustainability, infrastructure through the district urban community access roads. We can go back to the conclusion. Once we've noted these challenges, they are there, and you are the actors, you are the implementers, you could tell more. You have the story to tell. That for me, I reiterate the commitment of His Excellency the President. PDM must succeed, because it is the program of government that is taking us closer to the population. And there is no way we are going to leave anybody behind in this effort of development as agreed under the SDGs. Each of us has a role to play, as I've pointed out, both the state and the non-state actors. Our mission as a government, led by His Excellency the President, is to deliver on prosperity for all Ugandans in the shortest time possible. And I've said our target is actually the next 5 years. We don't want to have a household in Uganda which is still in subsistence. It is important for socio-economic transformation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, he deserves another clap. We are now moving into a panel discussion. This is a high-level panel discussion on local actions and partnerships driving community development. Our presenters are going to be, panelists. Let me start with inviting Honorable Galavuzi Dennis Sozi, the PDM Coordinator, Ministry of Local Government. You're most welcome. Let's welcome him to take up one of the seats here. We will also have Mr. Richard Ramsey, the Director with World Vision. He's also around. You're most welcome, sir, to take up one of the seats here. We will also have on the panel Mr. Francis Akorikin, the District Chairperson from of Kapelebiong District. The District Chairperson of Kapelebiong. I was told he's around. Or he's at the back. Kindly come forward and take up your seat here. Last on the panel will be Mr. Dragana Strinik, the Country Director of Save the Children. Pass this side. Dragana, County Director, Save the Children. Let's put our hands together to welcome each of them. This panel will be moderated by a professor of economics. He teaches economics at Makerere University. He has published severally nationally and international in the field of economics. He has consulted and continues to consult for government and other international organizations. He holds a PhD in economics and a Master of Arts in economics from the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and together warmly welcome Professor Eria Hisali of Makerere University. Professor Sir, you're welcome straight away to enjoy the panel and talk to the people as you wish. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, my good friend Charles.
Permit me stand on the protocol that has already been elaborated in the interest of time. We have a very interesting discussion this morning, and I think it will be spilling partly into the early hours of the afternoon, and that is on this very important subject of the parish development model. We've all been honored to listen to one of the key actors overseeing the implementation of the parish development model, and that has been the Honorable Minister of Local Government. And he has given us some very good insights. And let me just highlight a few things to set again a clearer context for our panel. In terms of what the PDM aims to resolve, he has highlighted a number of things, but let me re-emphasize three important points here. One is that the PDM intends and is already helping Uganda resolve the issue of incomplete decentralization. This was embarked on, but it has been work in progress. I think we'll pause a bit to allow the Right Honorable Prime Minister to take her seat.
Just to interrupt the panel discussion a bit and to officially recognize the arrival and presence of the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Robina Nabanja. You're most welcome, Right Honorable Prime Minister. And she has also been joined by Honorable Babalanda Mili, the Minister in charge of those must be RDCs clapping. I know their corner because I sat them that side. Honorable Babalanda is the minister in charge of the presidency, and she is the immediate supervisor of the RDCs. But thank you so much, Honorable, for joining the Prime Minister. She was also joined by Honorable Florence, who is the Minister of State for Karamoja in the office of the Prime Minister. Florence Nambozo, all the way from Sironko. You're most welcome. I also wish to recognize the presence of the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly Emeritus, Honorable Margaret Ziwa, and former MP for Kampala Central. You're most welcome, and all of you in your various capacities. I recognize all of you again, and the Right Honorable Prime Minister and ministers, as you came in, we were on the second part of this morning discussion, which is a panel discussion on local actions and partnerships driving community development, and specifically the discussion is focusing on the parish development model, and it is moderated by Professor Eria Hisali of Makerere University. Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me now invite back Professor Hisali to continue with the panel discussion. You're most welcome back, Professor, and sorry for interrupting your panel.
Thank you once again, Charles. The
Right Honorable Prime Minister had already sought permission to stand on the protocol as had been elaborated, and the Right Honorable permit me to proceed with that. We were trying to summarize the good presentation given by the Honorable Raphael Majezi, and in terms of the PDM context, there are three very interesting points. One, it seeks to resolve the issue of incomplete decentralization. That's the point we are making, that decentralization was embarked on, but there are still a few things that had to be done. That is one point in the context. Number two is the silo mentality in government, where different entities of government, ministries, departments, and agencies continued to work independently. And then three, the persistence of subsistence activities. And he took us then through how the parish development model is resolving these issues. One is pushing some level of planning and budgeting to the parish level, so completing the journey of decentralization that has already been embarked on. That is how PDM is resolving these issues. But also, when we have all the 7 pillars and everyone is supposed to work together on these pillars, it brings in the important aspect of the whole of government working together, and giving some financial support to get people out of the subsistence activities. The Honorable Minister also gave us highlights of the emerging issues and the progress up to this point. Now, the panel discussion then is going to build on the context that has been set by the Honorable Minister for Local Government. And in the panel discussion this morning, we have 4 broad areas that we are going to focus on. One is to benefit from experiences of actors from the panel here who have done work that might be in one way or another similar to what government is doing under PDM. So we'll be hearing from the panel members. Number 2 is to do a little more follow-up on the emerging issues, and we have Honorable Galabuzi and how they are being handled outside of monitoring the utilization of the money. And also we have a panelist from the local government who will be giving the audience insights as to how the PDM has been received at that level and what is actually happening. So we will benefit from that. But also we have the non-state actors. We have World Vision, we have Save the Children, and will be benefiting from their wealth of experience to share their own experiences, how they are aligning now to these new interventions and how they will continue to support their government. So that is our panel discussion this morning. And I think to get us started will be the Honorable Galabuzi. And the Honorable Galabuzi, we pick it from where Honorable Raphael Majezi left the discussion. And he has given highlights of the need to monitor the PDM activities beyond the financial disbursements. So the first part of the question to you, Honorable, is what specific activities do you have in place and what you are doing to monitor the implementation of the PDM beyond the financial disbursements. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Moderator, Professor Isali. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, the ministers present, our development partners, members of Parliament, and everyone. Let me not break down the protocol. Because of time, I will get straight to your question and give a bit of highlights. First and foremost, I would want to thank my Minister, Honorable Raphael Majezi. He has wholesomely given a picture of what PDM is, at least both as a concept, but also the journey of implementation. Good enough we have everyone here as an actor. So I'm going to be preaching to the converted. Apart from getting a few pointers here and there and probably questions, the members here are part of the implementers. They are the implementing actors, at least at the lower local governments. Honorable Majezi gave us a very a picture of what the governance structures are and administrative structures. So these are the players. But if I'm to get straight to the point, I would want first and foremost for us to understand one thing. There's been a misconception that PDM is about money, like you've said. It's just about money. And that the other pillars and the other sectors of government are not actively participating. That's not true. First and foremost, let's first change what he talked about. The change management has to take shape now. I would want to clarify on one thing. PDM is not a program, neither is it a project. It is a strategy. So many people have that misconception that every pillar and every player in the implementation has to be funded specially. No, this is just a strategy. We are saying that we are making the parish the center of gravity. Everything else is moving as was moving. We are not going to give specific money for PDM in education, PDM in health, PDM in infrastructure. This money has been there, and these roads, the infrastructure has been developed as it's a recurring matter. Schools and the policies in education and health. So when we are monitoring, we monitor all that. And we have a robust system that we have put in place to do that. Right now, the President of Uganda has insisted and has given us guidance to follow the 4 sectors if we are to leap into the middle income and have sustainable development and sustainable growth. He has talked about the commercial agriculture sector, services, ICT, and industrialization. The ICT sector is very, very important. And that's why you see every aspect of government program implementation is being digitized. Now, that is a very good monitoring, that's a very good way of monitoring. That's a very good tool to use for monitoring. We don't want to do things in the rudimentary way where we go for physical monitoring. We are not saying we shall not do that, but at least we start with the digital monitoring. That's why data collection is very important. Today, as we are speaking, every pillar, the system we have right now is a modular system. Every pillar will have a module embedded in the PDMIS, in the Parish Development Model Management Information System. And we also have a module of monitoring and evaluation. Unfortunately, I would have put it, I would have flashed it on the screen, but it's online and it has some security issues that we wouldn't want to relay here. But I'll give you an example of Pillar 1, the agricultural value chain development. We have, together with Ministry of Agriculture, developed a system that is going to monitor and act as a database for our certified input dealers and off-takers, big farmers who act as off-takers, and what do they call, nucleus farmers. That is for Pillar 1. Pillar 2, we are developing a tool where information is going to be coming from the parish development committees. Things to do with choke points, road rehabilitation. Let the priorities come from the districts. So the PDCs will always sit, put this information, because it's a digital tool, put this information together with the parish chief into the system, goes up to the COW, the district level, and up to the Ministry of Works. The same with the Ministry of Energy, with rural electrification. We are now mapping out, that's why we are doing what they call community profiling and parish profiling. We get all these gaps by profiling the water sources, the transformers, places where there are no transformers or electricity, and all this goes through the parish development management information system, gets up, and then we we get the feedback from the PDCs and then act. The same with Pillar 4, which is education and health. Today we have quite a number of tools in Ministry of Education, the one which tracks teachers and students' attendance. We also have the Education Management Information System, the EMIS. When you go to health, we have the District Health Management Information System, that is the DHMIS. So all these are going to be integrated. And once we do the integration, because right now the PDMIS has integration with the NIRA, with the banks, and we're trying to see that we have a wholesome integration, centralize the data, and do what they call e-governance. So that will strengthen the monitoring and evaluation. As long as you go digital, there is nothing that can fail. But we are not only doing that, we are continuing to work with the districts and the lower local governments, and recently we had undertook an activity where we go down to the local governments and the parishes and get success stories. Some of them have been playing on UBC TV, not even some, but all are playing on UBC TV. Every day a district has to be aired. So we are trying as much as possible to do the follow-ups, but use as much as possible the digital space.
Thank you so much, Honorable Galabzi. We continue to pick a lot. It's a strategy. I hope we will all change the way we look at it, and he has taken us through a very elaborate mechanism. But just a small follow-up question here. The Honorable Minister, again in his presentation, mentioned a number of emerging issues of markets, issues of some bit of diversion of funds by the intended beneficiaries and so on. So the simple follow-up question here is the mechanism then you are putting in place to capture these emerging issues in a timely manner and then act on them.
Thank you. I think we highlighted a number of emerging issues. There are challenges, like anything that you do in life can have challenges. But there is one which is very critical. And if you look at our Pillar 1, it is the agricultural value chain development, right from the soil up to the plate. That is the complete value chain. Now, when you look at value chain of all these commodities and enterprises that we have set up, you want to look at them at the micro level, and you look at the different nodes of that value chain, right from inputs, okay? Right from inputs into production, then the productivity, the production that is the seeds and the seedlings and the animals, into productivity, which is enhanced production, things like mechanization and fertilizers, get into the post-harvest handling, right into processing, into logistics, up to the market. Now, if we develop that, it is very important. Now, we are being deliberate in this stabilization phase. We have worked a lot on production. We have the factors of production, as you know them, the land, labor, capital, and the challenging one was capital, and we have tried to work on that by giving these grants. The rest really fall in place, the land and everything else is there. So the production part of the value chain is okay. Right now, Minister of Agriculture, it's good the minister is there, he can even clarify more, has put up a policy and a strategy called the Agricultural Value Chain Development Strategy. It was passed by Cabinet in 2021, and something is being worked on that. But most importantly, we have so many programs in government. The silo mentality you talked about. There are so many programs in government that can develop that chain, and we are not harnessing that effort. That is why this is going to help. I'll give you an example. CAIP, I think you know the CAIP project, which was in Ministry of Agriculture. It did so many things, the road infrastructure, but there's something they did which was very important. They built over 200 agricultural processing facilities. That's the APFs. Right now, most of them are not in use. And yet they can help in the value chain. They will help both on off-taking, some of these things, the production, but also help on value addition through the processing. So what we are trying to do right now is make sure that we connect these communities to this existing infrastructure that is there from the various programs, and then engage the private sector to off-take this, because it's the private sector at that point that will take things to the market. We can't go as government all the way up to the market. That is not really our space. The space for the market is the private sector. So at that point of the value chain, that node of the value chain is where we are going to pull the investors and the private sector to take these things to the market, because they know the market the best. So in this phase, we are really trying a lot to do that. And Professor, we are soon engaging the Makerere University, and you in particular your department, because you're an expert at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We look forward to the engagement. Again, the Honorable Minister guided us in his presentation that PDM is not for government alone, and Honorable Galabuz is emphasizing that we need everyone, we need the private sector. We need the non-state actors. And on the panel, I have Mr. Richard Ramsey, the Director of World Vision. And to you, Mr. Ramsey, the World Vision has some very good experience dealing with the community development initiatives, especially those targeting the most vulnerable. And then the question to you is, what is it from your experience dealing with these vulnerable people and communities that government can learn from as the PDM implementation continues?
Thank you, Moderator. And Right Honourable Prime Minister, Ministers present, Excellencies, members, it's a pleasure to be here today. And as we think about the next 5 years of the SDGs, I'm reminded of that whole issue around leaving no one behind. It's, and as those who've gone through a marathon will know that the last few miles are always the toughest. And I feel that as we think about solutions in this last phase of the SDG process, we need to think about where those people that are most hard to reach live, how far away they are. The cost of bringing services and opportunities to the most vulnerable is going to be more expensive than bringing them to an urban area, for example. Anyhow, World Vision is very pleased to be able to sponsor this event. We've been supporting this event for the last 3 years, and we strongly believe in the ethos behind this. and not least the parish development model as well. World Vision has been embedded in community level activity for the last nearly 40 years in Uganda, and have gained some experience over those years of the type of things that work. I'm going to share two examples today. One is our approach to what we call the household clusters, which are effectively a very similar approach to the way PDM works. And it's the aim of taking people from dependency and subsistence and graduating them out of poverty and moving into the cash economy. We call these household clusters. The second major approach is working at a sub-county and district level with government. And many of the colleagues here today will be familiar that we have around 50 memoranda of understanding with district government across the country to work on supporting, strengthening the system of governance. And by that I mean we help in the training of village health teams, the training of extension workers in the agricultural system, the training of parasocial workers right at the community level, and teachers for that matter as well. So much of our work is in that level. Let me just touch on the household cluster, because it has a lot of synergies with the parish development model. We've in fact been implementing this approach since 2018, in fact, so it's a slight forerunner to the current approach of government. And we've learnt as we've gone along as to how this can be most effective. Currently, we have around 300,000 households organised into clusters, which are economic units at the community level across the countries, across around 50 districts in the country. And as one of my colleagues has already said, the money is not the only issue here. It's very easy to focus on the assumption that cash or the access to loan capital is the way of addressing the problems. We know that transformation starts in the minds of the individual. And so one of our first interventions is about addressing the mindset change. The Honourable Minister raised this earlier as a key component. A recent evaluation in World Vision's work showed that over 200,000 people and households that we're working with who've gone through World Vision's training program. We call it the excuse me, the Empowered Worldview Training. We now see them demonstrating a very positive mindset for the future. And when you have a positive mindset for the future, you can start to plan for your family and for your community. And this is what we're seeing happening. When people start to see beyond their circumstances, they see opportunity and so on. The second area that we focus on is about inclusion of the most vulnerable. Recently, World Vision did a household survey across around 500,000 households in 50 districts across the country, and found a number of interesting factors. One of the issues that we found through that survey was that over 80% of children don't have a birth certificate. Over 80% of children don't have a birth certificate. And as we think about inclusion of the most vulnerable into the systems of governance, we need to be able to ensure that the most vulnerable are brought on board. If you don't have a birth certificate, it will be difficult to get an ID card. If you don't have an ID card, it's very difficult to get into the system and receive loans through the PDM, for example, in later life. So we work closely on inclusion. We also work on women's economic inclusion. We know that when women are economically empowered, that the children benefit. And of course, World Vision's aim is to see benefits accrue to the next generation. Another aspect of this model is in mobilizing citizens to engage with local government. And we have an approach called the Citizen Voice and Action model. It's a recent survey that I referred to, showing that still around 70% of the most vulnerable communities in the country have limited access to public services of one sort or another. So we work with communities to help them engage their service providers at district level and at sub-county level. We've seen some notable successes in the education sector, where through engagement with the population, we've got an example where over the last 3 years, over 170 primary schools have been supported, paid for through government, in fact, to rehabilitate the infrastructure and so on. The fourth element of our work is in economic inclusion. We start with teaching people how to save. Before you can take a loan, you need to know how to save. And that's a fundamental principle that we apply before we start giving people loans. Because as soon as you learn the art of saving, you know the value of money. Across the country, we now have over 350,000 people in Village Savings and Loans Association. You'll be surprised to know that their collective savings are over $16 million across the country. A significant amount, and this is from the poorest of the poor. Poor people can save. It's very clear that that is possible. It's also clear from recent surveys that we've undertaken that, you know, in the vulnerable populations, at least 50% of those populations in the furthest corners of this country are living below the extreme poverty line. When I talk about the last mile to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, the cost and the effort to reach that last mile is going to be significant. So we engage in training and developing people in business skills, financial literacy. You will have heard very similar things in the parish development model, and in fact the model is almost identical, and I see a lot of synergy for the way we work with local government already in this area. And we work with producers to aggregate and scale up production. One thing we've noticed, of course, is that for small enterprises to succeed, of course they need government to provide a conducive environment for business to grow. That means access to low interest capital, access to a low tax environment, so that we can see that small embryonic business sector flourish. Through these efforts, we've seen significant changes in extreme poverty over the last 3 years of the World Vision Strategy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramsey. Some very interesting points there. I take note of two. One is the overlap between what World Vision is doing and the PDM strategy. What is entailed there, that's an important point there. But also the other very interesting point from the experience of World Vision is the one on the elaborate results framework. You can see how comfortably Mr. Ramsey will tell you that the savings now total to $16 million, that he has over 300,000 households and so on. So I think these are very interesting lessons. And hopefully, Honorable Galabuzi, beyond the discussion today, hope you will have a lot more interaction with Mr. Ramsey, so that we keep learning from their own experience and insights. So we will then keep with the non-state actors and the development partners, and now we will get to listen to a panelist from Save the Children. And we have Ms. Grace Nyoro representing Save the Children, and she works as the Director for Advocacy and Communication at Save the Children, Uganda. And to you, Ms. Nyoro, you have been working in Uganda for some time again, and supporting government programs. But now we know the strategy of government is shifting slightly, and is being now embedded under the intervention is under PDM. Our question to you is how you are now aligning or realigning your own initiatives towards what the government is now focused on. Over to you, Ms. Nyoro. About 10 minutes or so at most. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Moderator. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, government officials, all protocol observed. First, we would like to thank the Office of Prime Minister for inviting Save the Children to share our contribution with regard to community development. And in the narrative of sustainable development goals, maybe I should start by saying that Save the Children ambition, global ambition, is that by the year 2030, children or no child dies from preventable causes, all children have access to education, and that no form of violence is tolerated. So, and in that line, Save the Children has been in Uganda since 1959, and we currently have operations in Northern region, Western, Northeastern, West Nile, and Central region, whereby we work with communities, we work with local governments and relevant ministries towards advancing the issue of development. So, to answer your question on how Save the Children is aligning our programming to development plans, one, I would say we are complementing national development objective in the NDP3 and the NDP4 strategic direction on human capital development. Our approaches, we use innovative and evidence-based approaches to ensure access to quality health, quality education, but also protection of children. So I would just like to share some key highlights or some of the examples of how we are working with government, with the local government and communities to advance these issues. So, for instance, our education interventions, we work with the Ministry of Education, and we've been advancing efforts for professional development of teachers, continuous professional development of teachers, and improvement of school learning environment to ensure that there is community participation and leadership. Here we are working with the school, parents, teachers associations, but also the school management committees to address issues that are preventing children to access quality education. On the same note, we are also working with the relevant actors to ensure the access to early childhood development, providing children with foundational skills, including literacy and numeracy. When it comes to our health interventions, I would like to highlight that our focus is mainly on health system strengthening and also the prevention and treatment of malnutrition. So through partnership with local actors, we've worked and strengthened community health systems, and some of the key successes that we've seen is increased treatment of malaria, diarrhea, and pneumonia in children under 5. We've also seen increased access to age-appropriate sexual reproductive information and health services for young people, but also access to immunization and antenatal care in institutional services. One of the key things that Save the Children championed, and I think some of the Ministry of Health is aware of this, is that we championed the first national situation and analysis of newborn health. We also introduced kangaroo mother care at regional referral hospitals, and in this case we worked with the Uganda Pediatric Association. We've also helped in, or rather supported in the integration of newborn care in various national programs and strategic policy documents, including the village health training manual. The presenter who talked earlier, or presented earlier, talked about how we engage the village health teams. And so our health system strengthening has also contributed towards building the capacity of these village health teams, and what we've seen is, as a result, one of the key successes is we facilitated the procurement of anthropometric tools for nutrition assessment, but also at the facility level supported the technical working groups to address nutrition service delivery. Now, with regard to child protection, I talked about ensuring that children are protected from all forms of violence. Again, strengthening child protection systems and structures. Here we work with the Ministry of Gender and Social Development to ensure that children are protected. And in cases where children are actually violated, that systems are in place to respond and support these children. As we speak, we have a team, our team in Arua is attending a handover ceremony where we're handing over a reception center that will be accommodating children who have been violated and need support as the government or the local government is looking for sustainable solutions. So part of the successes in child protection has also been around training of parasocial workers, training of social welfare officers, and we've seen that out of this capacity building and provision of facilities such as motorbikes, they've even been able to reach more children and respond to the issues facing children. We cannot ignore the fact that we need to address the issue of mindset change, and therefore, in line with what my former panelists talked about, and also the presenter who presented on the parish development model, we realized that mindset change is can also, or in sometimes, a gap to addressing or achieving our goals. So we are integrating community development, or community engagement in our programming, building capacity of children, building capacity of the families, parents and caregivers, because in our programming we've realized that some of the reasons why children are not able to access education is because parents and caregivers do not appreciate the importance of education. So again, working with them, one of the key examples is Real Father campaign that aimed at engaging men as key influencers in children education. And through this campaign, we realized improved enrollment in school, but also improved learning outcomes. Girls as Drivers as Change is also another approach that we've used that helped recognizing the girls' agency, or girls as agents of change in decision making. So as we draw close to 2030, Save the Children is working towards, or continues to work towards, accelerating progress to ensure that we achieve our ambition, that no child is left behind, and we therefore commit to continue working with the government and other partners in evidence approaches, evidence-based and replicable approaches to ensure that we are contributing to the NDP4, but also that we achieve our sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nyoro. Again, Honorable Abuzi, yet another important ally.
To the protocol team to ensure that participants who are in the restaurant having tea to make their way back to the tent, so that when our chief guest arrives, all of us should be here. Can we make that call back? Protocol team, kindly, protocol team from the Prime Minister's office, kindly 3 or 4 people to go and alert participants to come back to the tent now. Thank you. Let's continue with the discussion.
So thank you once again, Grace. Honorable Galabuzi, again, another important ally for you here. and there are a number of interesting experiences from Save the Children. I want to highlight maybe two. Number one, obviously, is the focus. Again, you can see that she has a very clear scope on what she's focusing on what the organization is doing. But also, there are very clear targets. Grace is telling us where Save the Children should be and what they should have done by 2030. So again, some interesting experiences from which we all can learn. Now, we will go to our last panelist for now, and we have the chairperson of Kapelebyong District Local Government, Mr. Francis Akoririkin. It is now your time to interact with the audience. And we've listened to the presentation of the Honorable Minister. We've listened to the interventions from the PDM Secretariat and from the other non-state actors, World Vision and Save the Children. Now, as we would say in Ugandan speak, for you, you are on the ground as far as PDM is concerned. So our question to you is twofold. Number one, how has this important strategy called PDM been received at the community and at the local government level? And what do you think the local government structures like your own need to do to ensure that the PDM strategy is successful? Over to you, Mr. Chairman. About 10 minutes or so.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. My name is Francis Akoririkin. I'm the district chairperson for Kapelebyong District Local Government. First of all, I want to thank the Office of the Prime Minister for making invitation for me to come and share my local experience in the implementation of the parish development model. First, the basics. PDM, when you go on the ground, is now the thing. All members who are here, CAOs, RDCs, district chairpersons, you all bear with me that everywhere you go in our respective districts, after you have held a meeting, whether it's in a burial, whether it's in a wedding, whether it is in every meeting, if you don't speak about PDM, the communities will ask you about PDM. It's the most popular acronym, abbreviation across the country in terms of popularity, in terms of interests by the people. So what is my first experience about PDM? My experience as a local leader is that PDM now, there is excitement, first of all, by citizens to embrace the program. Now, how are they excited and how are they realizing the impact of the program? I have a neighbor. She's a lady. She's a single mother. She's 28 years old. She has 5 children. Now, when we talk about 39% of the people who are outside the man economy, if I describe to you this person, 28 years old, 5 children, stopped at senior 2. And before PDM came, there were a lot of programs of government targeting people. But to target this person was not easy because this person is overburdened. She's a child. But by the time you have 5 children at the age of 28, chances are very high that you got that child when you're below, the first child you must have got when you're below 18 years. So we are dealing with people who are overburdened. Now what has PDM done? Last year, PDM gave her 1 million shillings. So on my way back to the village during normal government work, One time I found they had tied an oxen in her compound. She had never owned an asset as heavy as an oxen. I asked her what level of excitement. She told me that through PDM, she was now sure that this year she was able to open land. Because, you know, many of you here who know Teso sub-region, land opening is a very important factor in production. If you can't open land, then you can't plant. If you can't plant on time, then productivity, which we are talking about here, is not possible, because chances are high that you will plant at a time when the rains are over. So PDM now, to her, is a very, very important program, which is enabling her to enhance production, because the acreage of land opening is going to increase, but also, most importantly, she's able to deal with the rainfall patterns. That is the experience of most people who have been able to touch the contribution of PDM. Now, in terms of, that's the reality on how PDM is helping people. So there is a lot of excitement, and in reality, it's beginning to change people's lives. So there is now projection at a local government level that the possibility of increasing production and productivity is possible with the support of PDM plus other pillars that are being implemented. Because remember, also other pillars of PDM are going on. We are now, as local governments, all of us here received 1 billion shillings, and we are opening roads. It is now possible for a village that was not able to go to the market to come in. Government recently increased IPF planning figures for education. Now we are now able to renovate, to rehabilitate schools. So when we holistically implement all the pillars of PDM and supporting now that mother, a mother who has 5 children, one is in P5, and when the mother is able to produce food, a mother is able to send a child to a school which has been renovated through the implementation of the PDM, a mother who is able to take a child to get vaccines for that. So in that holistic way. Now you also asked me, as I conclude, that what specific strategies are being implemented to make sure this program succeeds. First of all, colleagues here will know that we are now having emerging threats in the implementation of PDM, issues of extortion. My district, working together with my RDC, my cow, and all the stakeholders down at a local level, which I know is happening across the country. We are working around the clock as local governments to improve accountability and transparency, particularly targeting PDM circle leaders. The level of extortion is not happening because we are managed to deal with at a level of parish chiefs, sub-county chiefs, political leaders, but we are having an emerging problem with the local parish circle leaders. And that's where now the issues of accountability and transparency, and in this case now corruption, is happening. Because and what is causing this is the demand for PDM is skyrocketing, particularly on the 1 million. Now we have problems where some parishes, I have a parish in Kapelebion district, and that's why in the recommendations I'm going to recommend to the policy makers, to cabinet, to discuss the equity and equity concerns on access of PDM. At a national level, government proposes that each parish should get 100 million shillings. But in terms of distribution, we are having a problem now. We have parishes where the total number of households are only 200. But we also have parishes where the total number of households are 1,200. Now, by prescription, we are saying that we are giving 100 million per parish. So have parishes which have 1,200 households, it will take them 12 years. But the parishes that have 200 households, it will take them 2 years. So what are we dealing with? Are we dealing with parish, or are we dealing with people? Whom are we targeting? Are we targeting geography, or are we targeting people? We have been having discussions. Even I mentioned this matter the other day when we had NRM discussion on review of the manifesto. That as a country, and in this case government, if we are implementing PDM, if information is now reaching to us, other districts, that if this information that PDM was coming leaked out some 5 years ago, and some people were lucky. They divided parishes at a very high speed. So what is happening? You have districts like Mubende. You can have Mubende with a population of 300,000 people, having 55 parishes. And you have a district like Kapelebio, where I am heading, having 55 parishes. Total population 130,000 people. Mubende gets 5.5 billion. Kapelebio gets 5.5 billion. How are we dealing with issues of fairness, issues of equity in terms of distribution of this? So it is important that we review the PDM in order to deal and target people as opposed to geographies. The last one is about, now we are now predicting, we are confident that PDM can succeed in increasing productivity and production. But we have challenges at the later end of the value chain, especially improving market access and value addition. And for us to deal with this, we need to improve governance, especially enterprise groups governance, in order, because what we are having challenges where people get money and then they achieve individual success. But remember, at the tail end of the value chain, you need collectivity. And for us to do collectives, we need to improve governance. How do groups work? How do they interact? Because even extension services are not possible to be delivered at individual level. Extension services can only be delivered at a group approach. So we need to focus on how to deal with cohesion. Because everybody now is saying, once I've received my 1 million, I go home. When I go home, I do what I want to do as I please. So how do we strengthen collectives as we approach the bottlenecks that deal with agricultural value chain development at the higher end of the debt? Then the last one is local government leaders here will tell you that we want to thank Cabinet for listening to the feedback that comes from the local level. But sometimes this feedback comes in form of, when Cabinet replies back, it gives us a policy direction. Now, this policy direction sometimes comes very late. For example, the other day when we were in Mbale, one district chairman of Amuria asked, who is Wendy? Because for him, he thought Wendy was maybe some individual who has come from Kampala and is now distorting PDM. And people were very bitter that government has introduced somebody called what? Wendy. Now, it is today in this function that I am able to see that, to hear that Wendy is an app. But all of us have been very disappointed. We thought Wendy was a big animal who has come to remove the money away. So what am I saying here? What I'm saying is that as policies change, as prescriptions change, they should come to local governments on a timely basis so that we have ample time to execute these policies. Otherwise, the last cabinet memo on Wendy arrived to districts in February. Now, as I talk right now, we are having a crisis in executing the process of moving accounts of the banks from DFCU, Stanbic, Centenary to Post Bank. And you know what this is costing to us? The banks are disappointed. Centenary, for example, was beginning to enroll groups into financial literacy. And even them, they knew this was a moment now for them to bring in the population which is not in the banking sector. Now we have moved all the accounts now to what? To Post Bank. Now that change of policy is having impact in terms of demoralizing the enrollment of other banks in the process of the program. So in short, how are we involving leaders, CAOs, and communicating the policy prescriptions on a timely basis so that we can have seamless transitions? Because as I talk right now, districts are under pressure to find resolutions of cooperatives to the what? To Minister of Finance so that money can be delivered. You see, because me, I'm giving local experiences. That's why the energy, the speed is high.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. They are local experiences, but it is also from a politician, so I think the two will work together. But there are some interesting issues being raised here. In the interest of time, let me just highlight a few. One is that encouragement that there are some very good testimonies that PDM is changing lives. I think that is a plus for all of us who are part of this. But also it is encouraging that local governments at different levels are putting in place frameworks to resolve the emerging issues as they see them. Again, that is a very important thing to do to ensure success. But then there are emerging issues, issues of equity and whether it should be the standard 100 million per parish, and whether there needs to be change. And lastly, the timeliness of feedback in terms of policy guidance or direction to the local actors. So, Mr. Chairman, we want to thank you so much for your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll all agree that this has been a very able panel, and I want to request that we give a huge round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much, and as we go back to take our seats, I think there are going to be important lessons, experiences that we all take. One big concern about the PDM has been and continues to be the messaging. Different people at different levels have tended to understand PDM differently. But a platform like this then is giving us an opportunity to harmonize the way we understand PDM and the message that we carry back. So that is one key takeaway from the session that we are concluding. We should all be having the same message, because PDM is the same, it doesn't matter where it is being implemented, the issues around messaging. But as we all leave this audience, as we leave this platform, we now all have an idea of the progress that there is out there. What has been done, what are the emerging issues, and what is being done about these emerging issues. And lastly, we all have an idea of what remains to be done. So we think that if we all understand it the same way, then implementation will be much easier. So we will leave it at this, and the Right Honorable Minister and all the organizers want to most sincerely appreciate you for organizing this, but also for having given us an opportunity to participate. Thank you so much.
Can we do justice to the panel and the able moderator and give them a better appreciation? Thank you very much, Professor Hisali and your panel. Ladies and gentlemen, there were a number of issues that were raised in the course of the discussion, and they have excited the minister in charge of the parish development model. And so the Honorable Raphael Majezi, may I invite you once more to come and respond to some of the issues, especially the sticking issue of equity that was raised by the Wendy. Okay. He is around also. He's going to ably respond. You're most welcome, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Charles. A big thank you to the panel. They've done a good job. And thanks to our chairperson, Kapele Byong. I thought you brought out the issues very succinctly, very well. First of all, the issue of extortionism and corruption at the circle level. Friends, take it from me, the beneficiary is supposed to get 1 million shillings. They are not supposed to be charged fees for anything. And for us to address that matter, government is paying 1 million shillings to the PDC, the Parish Development Committee. We are also paying 500,000 shillings to the SACCO executive. So they don't have a question of we need money for photocopy, we need money for running up and down. They have the money straight from central government. They should not charge a beneficiary. So RDCs, please help us, the chairpersons, monitor this one. A SACCO chairperson who is charging the beneficiaries any money, that is unacceptable at all. It's the same thing as now that the money is going to their wallet, they should immediately disburse the money to the beneficiaries. And it is not them to decide who should be the beneficiary. It's the community. They cannot decide it just 2-3 people seated alone. The last one on that, help us to sort out the issue of the same family, 5 people benefiting 1 million each. That is also not acceptable. It should be spread out. And you are here, you can share experiences. Yeah, last night I was talking to one of you, and he told us in their district how they sit at the parish level. They first decide we have 100 million, we have this number of villages, and each village must benefit. So, and then they have to know that the 30%, 30 million must be for the women, and so on. They know how to do it. But make sure that we answer the question of fairness, even at the circle level. Secondly, the question of equity among the parishes. Friends, there are big parishes geographically. There are also big parishes in terms of the population. PDM is not about distributing money to every Ugandan. That the more people you have, the more money you get. Kindly listen to me on that one, because I really need us to go with a harmonized answer. We are looking at the key parameter is the number of households in the parish which are in subsistence. We didn't have this information. That's why we went by the formula we use, which we call pro rata, the same amount per parish. But as we go along, we are getting the information from the census and others, the demographic surveys. We shall get there to know in your particular parish, what is the percentage of households in subsistence? In other words, you may have a big population, but they may not be in subsistence. So if you simply say, because I have many people, give me more money, you may land into big trouble. But we are mindful of the fact that there are some big parishes with big population, even in subsistence. So His Excellency the President, I told you as I was presenting, I said, if a situation like this is emerging, then advise, and we are preparing a paper report, push us to the level of saying, let us cut the parishes until we have each one as many parishes as possible. That one will not work. Because at the end of the day, you are going to tell me, Minister, put your number of people per parish equally. So each parish should have 200 people. That cannot work. So the best option at the moment we are considering is for those large parishes to get relatively more money under PDM. Are we together on that one? This also affects the parishes in the urban areas. For example, Kampala, Wakiso. These parishes are big. And moreover, we are talking about agriculture. But some of them, the population in subsistence are engaged in value chain activities. They may not be doing poultry in terms of farming, but they are buying the birds and the eggs from the farmer. And they are roasting them, or they are, frying them, and they are selling them. This is still along the value chain of the same enterprise. So we agree, actually, even these areas should access PDM. Again, let us look at, now that we have the census, and this question came up. That's why we are saying the census is too lengthy, there are too many questions. But we're also targeting this question. So kindly bear with us. We are going to find a solution for this problem. The other one of strengthening the group enterprises. I totally agree with you, Chairperson. I think we have to put in more men on the job so that we strengthen the capacity of the group leaderships, of the enterprise group leaderships and the SACCO leaders to manage, it's a SACCO, it's almost a bank. They must have literacy in terms of financial management, in terms of even crop management, so that they're able to invite the right extension worker to come and visit their group. So that was a good proposal. We shall take it forward. The last one on Wendy. This one, as we explained, is a digital app to improve management of PDM. But maybe, Chairperson, the point you are making is the communities should not be assumed to be at the same level of literacy in terms of digital management, technology, financial management, even handling a phone. I've heard of some of the beneficiaries who get their money on the phone, and then they first text somebody, to the neighbor, tell me how to get it. They say, do you have a penny? A pin? Yes, give it to me. Now, the minute you give away your PIN code, you have given away your money. So we must go a little bit slow. Secretariat, let's take the point of the Chairperson very critically. Because it's not in our interest to have the money stuck, that we've given 50 million, 2, 3, 4, 5 months, it's not being disbursed to the beneficiaries. So I've taken note of this. I think we shall put more emphasis on training and getting the feedback from the local authorities and the leaders, so that where necessary we put more people to build the capacity of the SACCOs, of the local authorities, and so on. But I think it's a good idea to have more digitalization in managing our wealth creation funds. Thank you so much. I wish you a nice day.
Thank you, Honorable Raphael Majezi, the Minister for Local Government. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a presentation that is going to be presented to us now by Mulagwe Ali, a representative of the children, and Ali is from 3R Secondary School, a government-aided school in Buikwe district, and the boy is in senior 1. Come and start, but I will interrupt you accordingly.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament present, partners, media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Ali Mulagwe, aged 14, and a student in Senior 1 at 3R Secondary School from Buikwe district. I'm going to talk about Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is about quality education. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and I am here to specifically add my voice to the opinions of other children on the SDG number 4, which is focused on ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I want to thank the government and other partners that have supported children to attain quality education. However, a lot of boys and girls are not able to complete primary and secondary education because of the following reasons.
Let's clap for Ali. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda has joined us. Let's all stand and welcome him. Your Excellency, you're most welcome to this second day of the conference, the third annual Sustainable Development Conference and Dissemination of the Local Government Management of Service Delivery Report 2023. Let's remain standing as His Excellency takes to his seat. Anthems. Let's remain standing for the prayer by the Interreligious Council. May I invite Sheikh Ali Waswa, the Deputy Mufti, and the team to come and pray for us.
Almighty God, our loving Creator and Sustainer, the compassionate, the merciful, we praise Thee and thank Thee for this high-level consultative assembly to redress critical issues pertaining to the quality of service delivery in our country. We thank you, Lord, for the topmost leadership of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Cabinet Ministers, and the Judiciary, and the Legislative Assembly, who jointly serve to ensure conducive environment for SDGs. We pray, Almighty God, for your continued divine guidance and support to grant us teamwork and firm nationalistic tendencies and honest capacities for effective quality service deliveries that considers involving everyone in a clear and transparent manner. We pray for the Right Honorable Prime Minister and her entire office as the leader of government business for more strength and insight to render equitable provision of tools to all players and ensuring effective monitoring. Lord, we thank you for all our development partners and all the participants who are here. We pray for their continued consistency, teamwork, and honest delivery. We pray for safe journey masses for all the participants, development partners, traveling back to your respective destination. Your Excellency, sir, on behalf of the Interreligious Council of Uganda and Global Peace Foundation, we beg to remind you of our unique assembly family festival, which is to be held at Kololo on 29th this month, 2024. We pray that you all be there. May the Almighty God keep us alive.
Let's all be seated. Thank you very much, Deputy Mufti, for the prayer. Your Excellency, once again, you're most welcome to this third annual Sustainable Development Conference and Dissemination of the Local Government Management of Service Delivery Report 2023. Today is the second day of the conference, and it is the last day running under the theme Strengthening SDG Localization and Service Delivery Mechanisms for National Development. Your Excellency, sir, allow me now invite the UN Resident Coordinator, Madame Susan Ngongi Namondo, to come and make the first statement, and then I will invite the Honorable Raphael Majezi after that, who will invite the Prime Minister, the chief convener of this two-day conference. Your Excellency, Madame Susan, you're most welcome.
Thank you. I start by recognizing you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. I recognize all the honorable ministers here with us, all the local political leaders, the RDCs, the DCPs, the COWs, the mayors. I recognize our religious authorities here with us, and with that, I stand on all the other established protocols. Mr. President, we bring you warm greetings from the United Nations. I am here today, lucky to be here with four heads of agencies. I'm here with Paulina Chiwangu from Tanzania, who heads UN Women. I'm here with Nwane Obaho, from Nigeria, who heads UNDP. I'm here with Sanusi Tijan Savage, where are you, Sanusi, who heads IOM from Sierra Leone. I'm here with other colleagues, but we're missing quite a few heads of agencies. They're all in Arua celebrating World Refugee Day. As you know, it's a topic that is of great importance right now. I want to start by appreciating how vibrant this conference has been over the last 2 days. No doubt because of the participants we have in this conference. Having the local leaders has really brought vibrancy and a lot of, they've really brought ground realities to what we discussed. So congratulations, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for this innovation. I came with 3 or 4 issues that I wanted to add, but maybe let me start with yesterday. I think 2 of the issues that hit me from the discussions we had yesterday, one was on refugees. One of the local leaders mentioned the challenges that he is having in terms of sustaining services for refugees and the challenges of refugee hosting communities. And I know, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that you're organizing a dialogue between government and development partners to talk about this critical issue of how we sustain services of refugees in Uganda. And Mr. President, we really would look towards your guidance for this discussion. We know that Uganda will continue receiving refugees. We know that the situation in our neighborhood is not so good. So we will be getting them. But how do we maintain the services? We also know that resources, unfortunately, are going down significantly. So this dialogue is really important for us to see how we can maintain the services, how we can be more efficient, and how we can dialogue with our partners to find ways of, I don't know, staggering this transition that we are talking about. So that was one issue. The second issue that caught my attention from yesterday was when Dr. Albert was presenting on the VNR. And congratulations again to the government of Uganda going to New York, I think in July, to talk about Uganda's development journey and discussing with others and gathering support for some of the work that Uganda plans to do. And I know that the PDM will be a key topic of discussion. But one of the things that caught my attention from yesterday was how, consolidated that report was. And it's really a joint report between the government of Uganda and her civil society partners. And this is so important because going there with this international audience, there's one voice coming out of Uganda. It's critical because in some countries, there are 2 voices coming out of the country. And that confuses everybody in terms of what the story is. So really, Uganda should be congratulated. And I hope that increasingly, we would look at how, because now there are some changes underway with the rationalization process ongoing, to look at how we have mechanisms in place to really ensure that government and civil society organizations are on the same page in terms of the support that is being given to the development agenda. So those were 2 things that I picked from yesterday, but overall, really, it's been very, very, very vibrant. Congratulations once more. So coming to today, many have talked about the achievements that Uganda has had and some of the challenges in terms of implementing the 2030 agenda. I wanted to add 2 or 3 points from the UN side that I think is worth us liberating, seeing how we can overcome some of these challenges. At the global level, the UN Secretary General has championed discussions around the need for reform of the global financing architecture, that it needs to be more favorable to developing countries. He has advocated for debt restructuring and relief for vulnerable countries. And we're beginning to see some efforts of this, some results from his efforts, so to speak. For instance, we are glad that the International Monetary Fund has recently announced reforms to ensure a more agile approach to their debt restructuring process. But of course, there's still so much more that has to be done. So perhaps as part of the high-level political forum next month, as part of the Summit of the Future that will come later in September, Uganda can lead the rest of Africa and global leaders to really amplify this call for reforms of the financing system. We count on your voice, Mr. President. Also at the national level, as mentioned before, we note your greater efforts in terms of domestic resource mobilization. But perhaps
Goals, SDGs, and I am here to specifically add my voice to the opinions of other children. On SDG number 4, which is focused on ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I want to thank the government and partners that have supported children to attain quality education. However, a lot of boys and girls are not able to complete primary and secondary education because of the following reasons: unaffordable school fees and school requirements. When the parents are poor and cannot afford school fees and scholastic materials, then the child will study because he will have no materials like books to use at school. No school meals. When a child does not eat food at school, he or she will be attacked by hunger, and when that child is attacked by hunger, he will not be able to understand what the teacher is teaching. Like me, when I'm attacked by hunger, I feel like the hunger is in my brain, and I cannot study well. Schools are very far from the children's home. When a school is like 7 kilometers from the home of the child, that child will go to school when he or she is very late. Like when the child starts walking from home, maybe that child will reach at school like at 9 a.m. and that child would have missed a lot, because like the school programs, they study the early morning lessons, maybe, and the preps. Too much homework makes children feel mentally abused. When a teacher gives homework, like when a teacher gives like a half of a paper to a child, that you can answer that homework from home. And even at home there are the house chores that a child must do. Now, when you combine that work, that child will be mentally abused and will not have time of resting so that he or she can prepare for tomorrow. Lack of food at home makes children miss school because they are looking for food outside home and they will not have any at school. When the home has inadequate food, it means that food will not be, the family member would not be able to be satisfied because the food is small. And that child will go at school when he or she is hungry, and he will not just reach school because on the way there are some jackfruit trees. Then he will climb that tree so that to get a jackfruit to eat, hence wasting time of education. Therefore, I would like to recommend the following: reducing the amount of school fees and school requirements. When the amount of school fees and school requirements is reduced, more children will go to school and study well because the amount of school fees is affordable. Let every child have a meal, even if they have paid or not. Cannot study when they are hungry. If you are hungry, as I said, you cannot study when you are satisfied, like someone who has eaten a meal. Improvise school vans for schools that are very far. When the school is very far and they provide a school van, it will be easier for children to go to school, because some young children are more interested in sitting in cars. That child will go to school knowing that I'm going to sit in a car. Construct more schools closer to the children's homes or communities. When like a school is constructed nearly to the children's home or community, that child will be able to move from home to school because it is near.
Thank you for managing our ceremonies as we came. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Your Excellency Susan Ngongi, the UN Res Coordinator, and the entire UN family here present with us, our religious leaders and leaders of civil society, the district leaders, the urban leaders present, Our permanent secretaries, we have the PS local government and PS Office of the Prime Minister and senior officers of the various ministries present, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, allow me to thank you for giving us the Right Honorable Robin Anabanja as our Prime Minister. We're here because she's the convener. She has hosted us since yesterday, and the participants have given her the nickname of OG. Your Excellency, OG is old girl, and she fits exactly in that. The Right Honorable Nabanja was a district councillor in Kibale. So the district councillors and leaders, this is your OG. And then she was the RDC, and the RDC family love her. But I want to thank her so much before Your Excellency for leading us so well. She's doing a very, very good job, excellent job. Your Excellency, also with us here, some ministers. Let me request the honorable ministers kindly stand up. There is another OG, the Honorable Mile Babalanda, the Minister for Presidency, the Honorable Henry Musasizi, the Minister of State for Finance, the Honorable Florence Nambozo, the Minister of State for Karamoja, Honorable Wino Chakulaga, the Minister of State for Agriculture, has been with us. We have a number of members of Parliament. Kindly, let me request wherever you are, honorable members of Parliament, please stand up. Well, give them a big clap. Honorable Judith, we thank you. You've been with us since yesterday. Thank you for being with us, honorable members. There is a parliamentary committee on SDGs, and I want to believe that these are some of the members. Thank you so much for honoring our conference. Your Excellency, we also have the district chairpersons. They are here, all of them. Kindly, district chairpersons, stand up. Greet the President, wave to His Excellency the President. Your Excellency, the district chairpersons are led by their chairperson, whom they call President of Local Government Association, the chairperson of Kabarole, Honorable Rwabihinga Richard. Kindly wave to the President, sir. Your Excellency, we have, you remember, you allowed us to create 10 new cities, and the city mayors are here. The city mayors, please stand up and wave to His Excellency the President. And they selected a dean, Honorable Brian Kaboyo from Hoima. Thank you so much. We also have municipal mayors, the mayors of the municipalities, and all the urban leaders. Kindly stand up. They also have a president, the Honorable Sanya from Koboko, the mayor of Koboko. He's doing a very good job. Your Excellency, we have our resident district commissioners, the RDC. The vibe is strong. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me request your dean to keep standing and you recognize her. She is our RDC from Wakiso district, Mbabazi. She's doing a very good job, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, we have our technical officials from the local governments, the chief administrative officers. Can I request the cows, the chief administrative officers? Please stand up and wave to His Excellency the President. Thank you so much. We have the technical officers managing the urban authorities, the cities and the municipalities, the town clerks. Kindly, the town clerks, stand up and wave to His Excellency the President. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, I'd like to Wanyoto Lydia, a SEC member. She's here representing the women on the top SEC committee of NRM. We have the Honorable Jacqueline Amongi. She's a member of IALA representing Uganda. And we have Honorable Galabuzi Sozi, a former minister, former member of parliament, the national coordinator, PDM. Your Excellency, you gave me another former member of parliament to assist Sozi, the Honorable Jovrin Karisa, the deputy national coordinator for PDM. Your Excellency, I would like to thank very much our resident coordinator for assuring us of support to PDM. This is quite encouraging for us. Excellency, PDM is doing well. And I also want to thank Parliament. They approved the 100 million shillings per parish for the next financial year. So that means in 3 years, each parish will have a finance base of 300 million shillings. 1 million per beneficiary, that is 300 beneficiaries per parish. It's a great initiative you gave us to coordinate in local government. Your Excellency, we can't thank you enough. Thank you so, so much for this. Your Excellency, it's my pleasure and honor to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the OG of local government, to come and address you. Thank you, Your Excellency, and invite you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Cabinet Ministers and Ministers of State, the Honorable Members of Parliament, the Permanent Secretaries. Your Excellency, we have 2 Permanent Secretaries here, and they have not been introduced. Can I request the Permanent Secretary to stand up? You have Benny Kumumanya, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Local Government, and that's Balaba, the Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister. Your Excellency, that is also an OB, because he was working as the Chief Administrative Officer. The UN Resident Coordinator and the UN Family, the heads of the diplomatic missions and agencies, the resident district commissioners and city commissioners, the district chairpersons and city mayors, the district chief administrative officers and city clerks, representatives from the private sector, civil society organizations, our religious leaders present, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, I am glad to welcome you today to our 3rd SDG conference and the dissemination of the local government management of service delivery report. Your Excellency, this is an annual event organized by my office in partnership with the development partners, civil society organizations, and the private sector, premised on the 1st and 2nd SDG conferences organized in 2022 and 2023 respectively. Your Excellency, thank you for coming in person. Ugandans appreciate you for the peace and security in this country and beyond, which environment has enabled people to do their business freely. I would like to inform you, Your Excellency, the delegates that are participating in today's conference. But I think I don't need to waste your time on this, because they have already been introduced. Your Excellency, this year's SDG conference is focusing on Uganda's third voluntary national review report to be presented at the high-level political forum in New York in July this year. Your Excellency, I wrote to you last month informing you about Uganda's confirmation among the 38 countries to present her third voluntary review report during the United Nations high-level political forum on sustainable development under the auspice of the Economic and Social Council at the United Nations headquarters in America, where I will lead the Ugandan delegation. This report is telling Uganda's story on the journey of socio-economic transformation and implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Your Excellency, we had also organized a video of about 10 minutes. We felt it would be played so that you can also add value to it. And the United Nations requested for these videos. So we thought you would have a look at it, and where possible, you advise us on how to present it in UN. I know you understand these global forums better, and I therefore take this opportunity to seek your wise advice before we present this report to the world. Secondly, the conference is focusing on the performance of local governments on delivery of various services to Ugandans. As you are all aware, my office coordinates the annual local government management of service delivery and performance assessment, which involves the assessment of 1, higher local governments on their management of service delivery. Then 2, the local climate adaptive living facility for the local governments. Then 3, disbursement linked indicators for the central government oversight and systems for local government service delivery. Then number 4 is the local governments and service delivery centers. That is the primary schools, health facilities, and of course, our flagship program, the PDM, and many other wealth creation programs. Your Excellency, the PDM is among the 6 commitments to accelerate sustainable development in Uganda and ensure no one is left behind by the year 2030. These commitments were developed and presented during the Sustainable Development Goal Summit in 2023. This financial year, like we have already been told by Honorable Magezi, all parishes have already received 50 million, and the balance will be received before the financial year ends. Your Excellency, PDM is already producing positive stories of the 39% population targeted to receive it. They are big stories. Allow me, Your Excellency, to bring to your attention of a few issues from this conference. 1, the local government leaders raised an issue on the ban of recruitment of local government staff. Your Excellency, the average staffing levels at district level stand at 57% and 52% for the municipalities. Yet, most of the local governments have money to recruit. The leaders here are requesting for your intervention before the money is taken back this financial year. Number 2, wage shortfall. Your Excellency, despite the low staffing at our local governments, we continue to accumulate areas on wage. However, Your Excellency, I told these members yesterday that this matter will soon be sorted because you have provided 80 billion Uganda shillings to clear this backlog in the next financial year. Your Excellency, the local government leaders appreciate salary enhancement for scientists. However, the remuneration of other field staff, especially the district chairpersons, the mayors, the chief administrative officers, and town clerks, needs to be considered for enhancement. The RDCs yesterday did not tell me this. And you know I'm your Ogi. I should have included it here. But now, the head of state has heard that even the RDCs. Your Excellency, currently the LC1 chairpersons, wherever I have gone, I've also seen them inform you that they are paid 10,000 Uganda shillings per month. They also request you to be considered when time comes. I know you directed or you advised that we enhance salaries in a phased manner. Your Excellency, the LC5 chairpersons, the mayors, the town clerks, and the cows lack vehicles for monitoring and operation, funds to monitor government programs. They also raised an issue of tea, especially those districts that grow tea. I gave them an answer, but I think they need to hear from you. Isn't it? We gave them an answer that you organized a ministerial committee, which I chair, and a number of reports have come up. But they wish to hear from you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, I thank you for the stand on the exportation of raw materials in favor of value addition. Your Excellency, however, the local government leaders, especially the chairman of Busia, has requested additional investment in exploration and value addition of minerals, other minerals like gold, iron ore, graphite, cobalt, to realize sustainable revenues from these minerals. Your Excellency, these leaders here are very appreciative of your decision to allocate 1 billion Uganda shillings towards those maintenance for the districts. Your Excellency, this is well aligned with a need to increase production, productivity, and profitability in marketing, and these are crucial for PDM. I want to thank you once again for the road network that connects all corners of this country on tarmac. The leaders of Terego, Madiokoro, Kasanda, and Kabong have requested to be considered in the road infrastructure enhancement in their districts. Under the local government management of service delivery report of 2023, which we received yesterday, Your Excellency, Isingiro district emerged the best, followed by Ibanda, Kiruhura, Mubende Municipal Council, and Wairo Namusindwa and the other 9 ranked the last in performance. In fact, I have been given this paper here. Isinjiro got 93 scores. Ibanda district 90. Mubende district, Mubende municipality 88. Kiruhura district 87. Nasana municipal council 87. Apache municipal council 86. Kira municipal council 86. Ibanda municipal council 85. Kumi municipal council 82. Kamuli district 81. And Amuru district 81. Your Excellency, the poor performance of some of these districts has been attributed to lack of human resource to run the district, as well as social services like education and health centers or health sector. The absence of even a single health center for means that Ministry of Health cannot allocate a doctor to Namusindwa, nor an ambulance. And this partly contributes to the increased infant mortality rates. However, Your Excellency, the assessment report has indicated that we targeted to have 259 seed schools. Out of this, 105 have been completed, while 144 are still undergoing construction. Your Excellency, the assessment has also shown that out of 371 health center 3s and health center 4 targets for the upgrade, only 261 have been completed and 110 are still ongoing. Lastly, Your Excellency, the district leaders, headed by their president of Uruga, are requesting you for a meeting or maybe a retreat at your convenience. They are saying that they have a number of issues they want to share with you, and that since this term started, and yet you are the patron, that since this term started, you have not had an opportunity, they have not had an opportunity to meet you. I want to thank you for your bold decision against corruption in government ministries, departments, and agencies, including Parliament and Judiciary. I request all local government leaders and other leaders present to support you in this fight. In conclusion, Your Excellency, allow me to inform you that Parisa district lost a prominent leader called Odere Emmanuel, and burial will be on Saturday, that is the day after tomorrow. This has been given to me by the chairman of the district and the RDC. The chairman of Parisa is called Duchu Patrick, and the former chairman LC5 is called Okrut John Michael, who is now the RDC of Nakapilipilit. Your Excellency, before I conclude, allow me to request you to add value to our report. I'm told you already have it. And sign the voluntary national review report and local government assessment report. The security people have already arranged for this. Let me thank the organizing team from my office, led by the Permanent Secretary, our partners, the UN family, the UN Women, World Vision, Save the Children, that have contributed to this event. Your Excellency, I now take the honor to invite you to address this conference. But I request that you allow the other video to play, so that I don't know whether you will have a chance to look at it, because I don't know whether they organized that site. Yes, thank you so much. May God bless you all.
Welcome to Uganda, a nation where nature's generosity knows no bounds, nestled in the heart of East Africa. In 2015, Uganda took center stage as the President of the UN General Assembly, uniting 193 nations behind the groundbreaking 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 ambitious Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. At the heart of this vision was a commitment to leave no one behind.
The UN member states have finally agreed on the all-important SDGs, 17 of them.
For instance, this year, Uganda assumed chairmanship of two important global organizations, that is, the G
the short video which you showed, I think it's good enough to be shown to other people. But I think you should add in factories and hotels. Did I see factories? Factories and hotels. Because you showed wildlife and so on, but you should add factories, add hotels. I was in New York when this program was started. I think I'm one of the pioneers because I was there. And that time I told, because see the confusion especially in the West, really it is in the West and to some extent in Africa, the confusion seemed to be those SDGs, where will they come from? What will cause them? I was not sure because the people who were speaking at that time seemed to be saying that aid from outside is the one which will cause those SDGs to happen. If you look at my speech, I don't remember exactly, but I remember telling some people that, in my view, there's no way you can get those SDGs without socio-economic transformation. Society must change so that you are able to get those SDGs sustainably. Because this debate is not new. In the 1960s, all these programs were there. Maybe they were not using those very words, but all these efforts were there to help education, to help this health. But if you audit carefully, the countries which did not focus clearly on ideology and strategy up to now are struggling. You look at a country like China. China is a communist country. Even other countries like Vietnam, they have moved. They have undergone socio-economic transformation because they were identifying the fundamentals. They were aiming at socio-economic transformation. Some of the capitalist countries have also undergone transformation, like South Korea. But if you study the story of South Korea, you will see that they also focused on socio-economic transformation. So even now, now that you have called me here, I want to again repeat to you that you cannot have sustainably achieved development goals if the society does not change, does not undergo socio-economic transformation. You can go back 600 years in the history of the world. How was the world like in 1400? If you take Europe, for instance, when the Renaissance started, at that time, Europe was a three-class society. When we say class, we mean social class. Social class. I don't hear people using those words these days. They just talk vaguely, SDGs. But for us, we talk of social classes. And I'm telling you that by 1400, Europe had three social classes. A social class means people who live in a certain way. And the social classes at that time were, number one, the feudalists. The feudalists. Feudalists are people who lived on Obusuru, Envujo, who lived on rent from peasants. These were a social class in Europe. How were they living? They were living on rent. From whom? From the peasants. They were called feudalists. Some people are calling them aristocrats. The second class were the artisans. The artisans, the Abawesi, blacksmith, the carpenters, Abawezi, the cobblers, the ones who are making shoes. Those were the second group. And the third group were the peasants. The peasants. Now the peasants who were doing farming were living on their sweat minus what the landlords took. The landlords were the feudalists. That was the social structure of the societies in Europe by 1400. You now come to the time of the French Revolution, 1789. Now, if you studied that history, you remember they would have told you that by that time, France had undergone a socio-economic metamorphosis. That word metamorphosis is used in biology to refer to insects. Insects undergo change. They are the same insects. A butterfly, it is an egg, it is a caterpillar, it is a pupa, it is a mature butterfly. It is the same butterfly, but in different life forms. So the society in Europe by 1789, you can count the years from 1400, had now become a four-class society. Number one, the feudalists were still there, the ones who were the landlords. But number two, a new group which never existed before, the ones we call the middle class. The middle class. In the French language, they were calling the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie. This group had never existed in human history. This is the first time they came. The middle class. How were they living? They were living by making a difference between the input cost and the final product of a good, or what they call profit. Or in the simple arithmetic of the primary schools, they were calling it, you can use the selling price, the buying price and the selling price. If you buy something at 10 shillings and you sell it at 15, what is the price, the profit? Five shillings. So now this group, the middle class, were a new group, a new social group in human history who are living on profit. That's why they were called capitalists. That's another name they were given. But you can call them the middle class, or if you want, you can call them the bourgeoisie, as the French were calling them. Then the third class, which never existed before, this middle class were now employing, we are now employing workers. These workers had never existed before. And how were these workers living? By wages, by salary. And these people were called the proletariat in the French language. Now the third group were the original peasants. They were still there, surviving, but now less. Now, this is 1789. If you go to Europe today, what will you find? The feudalists are no longer there. They have disappeared. If you go looking for peasants, you will not get them. They are no longer there. They have disappeared. Europe is now mainly a society of the middle class and skilled working class. This is what NRM told you from the bush. That's what we told you. That's why you hear that principle number 3 of the NRM ideological principle is socio-economic transformation. So this video of yours, if you don't show the industrial workers, you should show those people, the industrial workers, people who have shifted. We're now talking of the factories are now employing 1 million people. This is a new group. They were not there. There were very few in the past. But now you have got 1 million people who are working in factories. You have got 5 million people working in hotels, in transport, in what? You have, of course, you need the figures for agriculture. Yes, the 39% you are talking about, but this is because they have not joined these sectors. And the sectors, as I keep telling you, are 4 sectors to help you get the metamorphosis of this society. And these are commercial agriculture. If you are 39% people going to commercial agriculture, then they will no longer be, they will be in the money economy. And they will be employing people. You remember I've given the example of Nyakana. Nyakana, now the social classes you have here, you still have the peasants, they are there, especially the 39%. They are there. You have now the industrial workers, the workers in the factories and in the hotels. You have some capitalists. I think I'm one of them. Some people have got wealth, work and can employ other people. But you still have, the problem you have is that you still have a peasant who is producing another peasant. Omunacharo, Nazaro Munacharo, Munne Namleka Musi. So I think so if you do that, if you create jobs, money-making jobs, you make money-making jobs in agriculture, or you become, if you become either an employer or an employee, would you be nearer to achieving the SDGs or further away? You should answer that question. I was outside the money economy because the problem why we didn't have those SDGs were that we were either outside the money economy or we were there inefficiently. Not efficiently. That's why I tell you that if you join the money economy, do so with a chiwaro, chura, aymar, otita, you remember my word. So that you are there securely, not insecurely. Because like our Lugbaras in West Nile, they're in the money economy with tobacco, but they are there at a very big risk to themselves. Because the tobacco is not economic, especially if you do it on a small scale. So therefore, the UN group, I don't think they were clear, because you know, it's like a theater. You go, they give you 5 minutes. I can't come from Uganda to go and speak for 5 minutes. As if I'm in a theater. That's why I don't go to those meetings anymore, because they are not serious. I don't have time for. If you want to listen to me, you better be prepared to listen carefully. Not come for 5 minutes and then I show myself, go away, having flown in a Gulf Stream. Imagine a Gulf Stream, a huge plane from here. So, but I think your video idea is a good one, because that one can capture more time. Now, in order to have the transformation, you need infrastructure. You should emphasize this. When we were in Nairobi the other day, they called us in Nairobi there, the World Bank, President Ruto, and I told them, I said, you people, when we talk of all these things you talk about sustainable development, but without dealing with the infrastructure, you are not serious. How will you support factories if you don't have electricity? How will you support production if you don't have cheap transport, the railway? So that's very crucial. And we are going to solve that. When you talk to those people, the partners, make it very clear that infrastructure development is very crucial. Because I tried to tell them, but I think, I don't know whether they captured it well, because they will talk about social issues, education, health, housing, so on, but without talking about economic transformation. And what I was telling them was that you cannot successfully do that. You must have economic transformation which will help you to deal with the social factors like health and education and so on sustainably. So emphasize infrastructure, especially the railway, electricity, the roads, the roads, the PDM, the one we are talking about, which is good you talked about it, because it is part of that transformation. But it is at the lower end of the society. You must link it with the infrastructure, link it with the factories, because if we produce in the PDM, where will the products go if you don't show factories here? You must show the PDM efforts, but also show the factories and show the transport to take what you produce to the market, so that they can get a clear picture of a holistic approach. But the biggest problem we have is really corruption now. In the past we had other problems, but we now have corruption. And I'm glad that all of you are here. The chairpersons, the people called district, what you call chief administrative officers, the cows, those ones. And then the RDCs. So, some of those groups have let down their people. We are the ones who introduced, I'm actually the one who introduced the system of the LOCs. Because, as I've told you before, there was a DC, a district commissioner, there was a sub-county, county chief, sub-county chief, they were there already. So the question was, why did we have to bring the LOC 3 chairperson, to bring LOC 5? What I wanted was the people to have their eyes on their future, on their affairs. Because the sub-county chief, the DC were appointed by the government. But we wanted people from the people themselves, from the society, to supervise on behalf of the people. But now, this corruption which is happening is not happening on the moon, it is happening here. Happening in a sub-county, happening in a district, happening in a constituency. Of course, now I have opened a war on them, so be sure that you are not in my gun sights. Because we cannot let down our people down. The other day we were celebrating the Heroes' Day, people who died to save our country and to develop it, but you get money being diverted by corrupt people. I think the IGG has estimated 10 trillion shillings being diverted from development. That money is 10 trillion per year. In 5 years, we would tarmac all the roads that we need to tarmac. So therefore, please, all of you, wherever you are, make sure that you do not tolerate corruption. The other issue is the issue of the environment. I have been seeing some skirmishes between NEMA and people who are in the wetlands. My advice to the people in the wetlands, they should all live peacefully. I have been seeing people commenting, but where was NEMA when these people built buildings? Why did they not stop them? But why should NEMA be the one to stop these people? Don't you have eyes to see a swamp? You yourself. We don't need NEMA. Who doesn't know what a swamp is? Ekshara, if you don't know it, I can tell you in Nyankore. Ekshara, Echfunjo, this is all your words. These are not French words. Ekshara, Echfunjo. Ekshara means the swamp. Echfunjo means the papyrus swamp. Our languages have all these words. Who doesn't know what a swamp is? Why should you need a NEMA to be the one to stop you as if you are an idiot? Of course, I don't know why NEMA doesn't stop, but even NEMA should not take on that responsibility. Because the NEMA can't, do they have enough employees? I don't think so. The NEMA should work through the local governments. Just tell the Muruka chief, if you find anybody in the swamp, we shall go for you. For the Muruka chief and the Gombora chief. Because they are the ones who live there. Why don't they stop these people? I have already written an executive order, I think, mentioning this. I don't know why it was not followed up. So the only people I had offered to help were some few people in Busoga, a few also in Ukedi and in Chigezi, because those ones, but few, not many, because those ones had been misled by the colonial government to go in the swamps. And even the independence government of independence misled our people to go into the Chibimba swamp to grow swamp rice. So those ones, those few people, the ones around Chibimba and in the Kabale area and a few areas of Bukade, these are the ones I said, these ones were misled by the government of that time, which introduced the culture of growing swamp in the growing rice in the swamp. Otherwise, in Ntoyama, I never saw anybody growing things in the swamp. There was only a madman called Katukuza who used to stay in the swamp. There's no normal person who could be in the swamp. Swamp is for a shonzi. Are you a shonzi? Mud fish. Mud fish are the ones who stay in the swamp. Now, when you hear these people claiming, oh, this one, they have been there for a long time, how? I fought in the Railroad Triangle. I know every swamp there. I fought at the Ruvijia when I was capturing the camp. There was nobody in the swamp. Nobody in these swamps. The ones of Chiroro, Wakasanke, all those swamps, there was nobody. All these people are people who have gone there knowingly and in spite of many, but because of the collusion of the local leaders. So what I will task NEMA to explain to me is why they have never held accountable the parish chief, the Gombora chief, the GISO. What is GISO doing? The other day I was going to Jinja and I passed through Kokonjeru, Katosi, those areas. I saw people in the swamps. When I stopped, there was a fellow who came and said, that is a GISO. I said, you are a GISO. You are the ones supervising these people. So therefore, the questions, I had somebody called, is an MP, called Senyonyi. Enyonyi. Now, Senyonyi was saying, when these people went to the swamp, why didn't NEMA stop them? But that's a wrong question. Okay, that can be asked. You can ask it. But the bigger question is going in the swamp a small issue which you can ignore and there's no danger to us? Because if it was a small issue that we could ignore, we would ignore it. But what is the consequence of going into the swamp? Desertification. Uganda will become a desert. Can we afford that? Because it affects the rains. 40% of our rain is because of the wetlands. Number two, it affects our ability for irrigation. I was seeing in the paper today that there is some drought coming up in the Ankole area. That's some drought. And yet we have gone through big floods. This lake here has gone up. So our plan is to stabilize agriculture through irrigation. When we irrigate, agriculture will be stable. When it rains too much, we store the water. When there's no rain, we irrigate. But where shall we get the water for irrigation if the people have dried the wetlands? So you are threatening us, you man who is in the swamp, or woman, you want Uganda to become a desert? You don't want us to have irrigation for our agriculture? Now, those wetlands are a source of wealth. One time I had a program of wealth creation in Bushenyi, in a parish called Ruharo. When I went there, my beneficiaries asked me, Mr. President, give us a pickup. I said, what is the pickup for? Because we need to go and buy grass for mulching, grass for mulching the garden. Mulching. From 30 miles away. Mulching. All these swamps have a grass called Erugugu. The scientific name is Cyperium latifolia. Which we the indigenous people of this area, this is what we use to mulch the gardens. It is in all the wetlands. You cut it, you mulch the wetlands, it grows again. God give it to us for free. You are destroying that. Now, these fellows of Bushenyi were saying they need a pickup to, now, there was somebody who had a tender now. Sickness. Somebody who had a tender to supply Rugugu, imagine. Which God had supplied for free and you had destroyed. You are now going to Oksaka, Rugugu from 30 miles away. What sort of society is that? What sort of society is that? So we need the resources of the wetlands. The water, the grasses, the papyrus. That papyrus is a raw material. It started, that's how the Egyptians started making paper. Paper is from papyrus. It's a raw material. How can somebody destroy our resources and we just keep quiet? Then, the wetlands are Akakuruta. Do we have some Baganda here? There are many people who say they are Baganda when they are not. Umuganda dara yudawa. Oyo mchara je kumzinda undago obo Muganda dara. Genda wali kumzinda. Oh, Senku oyo Muganda dara. Akakunguta kachisenkungu.
Kaisa akakungonta tukayita kasengeja mu luzungu strainer. Omugaso gwako kakunganya amazzi ago goba otaddemu ne ka sieving off ne kajjako ebikalu ebiteetaagisa amazzi amalungi ne gagenda awalungi.
Kale kati abamanyi oluzungu bagenda okukyusa luvannyuma. Kale mwanyi na senku oyo omulwanyi munnange oyo. Aha. Olukumanyiri Nyankole no. Nyankole Nova Congo Kanabu Viru. Olu Ayamera. Olu Mtsikazu Ayamera. Hati ekimunyanyaza yataka ku nguto mu Ruganda omunyankule nenki.
Your Excellency, nakacheneso.
Akajejena.
Akacheneso. Nakachenena amezi ehamu ebibi amezi amarungi gahingura gataha gakuza.
Okujejena.
Yes, okujejena.
Ka iwono rugalka.
Nyoni ndega liantonde mukamanyi.
Kaliro abo bakocha ukatoni mukochi. Now, who can put it in English, these two translations? The one who can translate for us. The one who knows Uganda, come.
Your Excellency, it is called sieving.
Okay, sieving.
Yes.
A sieve.
Yes, sir.
A filter.
Yeah, filtering. Both Biona ni Bishwana. So sieving and filtering, they are almost the same. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, that is my O-level English.
Where?
At St. Mary's Vilka Seminary.
Seminary, Vilka. So
yes, Your Excellency.
Fort Porto.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Okay, I thank the priests, they taught you well.
Okay, thank you, Your Excellency.
Now, I want a real speaker and Ateso and Rugubara. Nyara Kopamo.
Kope.
Iliyo Mabel.
Ati Mabel.
Apoyo Dino.
Apoyo Mater.
So what do we call this in our language?
Your Excellency, in Acholi, we have two tools that we use. Me Achel, KK. Me Kinone.
Kinone?
Yes, Kino.
Kino.
Yes. And then the second one is Odero.
Odero.
Yes. Meye Kone.
Okay. Odero Meye Kone.
Yes. Thank you.
The one who's speaking Lokada. How about they are opposing you now?
Your Excellency, my name is retired Major Betty Otekat Akelo. I'm Anna Tesot from Serere District.
Yes.
It is called Akuguto.
Akuguto. That's Uganda.
Yes.
That's Uganda.
That is in Ateso.
Akuguto. But that's Ugandanization.
Your Excellency, there are some similar words.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Akungoto, Eyalama.
Eyalama, no, Your Excellency.
Now the other one.
Your Excellency, my names are Opio Christopher Atekere, LC5 Guru District. In Luo, it is called Loro Nyokeke Keo. Loro.
Loro.
Yes, sir.
Is that why you call Loro the other place?
Yes, yes.
Why? Why do you call it Loro, the place?
Loro is actually in Lira, and you know, Langese and actually we speak one language, but I think they can explain that better, sir.
Did it mean to do anything with the filtering?
It is close to that. Loro, it is to actually, you know, to chief, to make it very clean.
To sieve,
Yes, sir.
Actually, you can't speak sieve, you say chief.
Yes. that is our dialect, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the other man.
Your Excellency, my name is Alfred Okwonzi, the district chairman of Arua. In Ilubara, the sieve is Ndrazo.
Ndrazo.
Or KK.
KK.
Or Yazo.
Okay.
Yes.
Any of those.
Thank you.
Okay, our default.
Our default.
So, now you people, here the wetlands. Number one, they are the rainmakers. They are the ones who contribute 40% of our rain. And if we don't get the 40%, Uganda will become a desert. Number two, we need the wetlands for irrigation. Number three, we need the wetlands for the resources of the wetlands. The grass for mulching, the papyrus, the eshozi, the mudfish. We need the wetlands for the resources of the wetlands, which are there and sustainable. But number four, which is what I was getting you to be involved in, is the sieving. Because those wetlands, they sieve the water, the water running on the ground. The water which is raining is the Banyankole call it Enjura, rain. When it is, the English, you know, the English is a poor language. They don't have enough words. So when the water is running on the ground, they call it runoff. They don't have a word for that water, running on the ground. But Banyankole call it Omutunga. Omutunga, that's why you hear school called Kitunga, SS. The Baganda call it Omukoka. Sugo Omukoka. Even in Rua, I think we call it Alele. Alele. So, the work of the swamp is to filter the alele, which comes with soil and so on. Then those grasses filter it away. And it doesn't continue. Now, if you lose the wetlands, all that alele will bring all the soil and put it in the lake here, or Lake Kyoga. And in some years to come, the lake will no longer be there. It will sit up, become, because the water, the alele, will be transferring the soil from land to water, without a filter. How can we be so blind? So, even if NEMA is lazy and they don't do their work, there is no way we can say, because they didn't do their work, katufe, let us die. Even if they didn't do their work or they did it badly, but now we are here, first of all, you yourself, you are not a madman. They should take you to Mutabika. How did you come to stay in a wetland? Didn't you have eyes? You yourself. Gwetwali na maso. Owatolera vunanyizibwa. Wajotya mu lutobazi. How did you come in the wetland? And yet you knew it was, because there are signs everywhere of what a wetland is. So I think my appeal to the people in the wetlands, please, I don't want the Masarikere to be Bakambwe. They should give time to say, please go and the people go by themselves. And I've seen that some people are willing to go from Nabweru. I saw it on the TV, that some of the people on their own, because this is a matter of life and death for this part of the world. Rain, water for irrigation, the wetland resources, and okujejana to filter, our natural filter. If you come to my farms in Chisos, you will see the very blue water. In River Chibimba, in River Katonga, very blue water. Water which is very blue, because it is not teratosy, it has no soil in it, because we don't interfere with the wetlands, we protect them. But if you go to the Kajala River, it is all brown, because of the soil coming from some of our neighbors whom we need to talk with, and we see how we can save Lake Victoria, because the soil in the Kajala River will silt up Lake Victoria here. So we need to discuss with our brothers in Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, to protect the catchment area in their countries, so that the Kajera is not a soil washer. In the Ankole area, some of the fellows have been trying to destroy River Ruizi. Where are those fellows from Ankole? You come and Mujum Hozum Shango, go Ruizi. Orkwe Mbarum Shango, no. Aba wampara ni why? Aba kuchela kushusha Ruizi ni why? Ajiro ija wa Hozum Shango go Ruizi. They are destroying the River Ruizi. Who is the worst culprit? Orukutera kushusha Noah.
Your Excellency, my name is Didas Tabaro, the district chairperson Mbarara. Abakuchera kushusha is Mr. President, Nabambarara City. Abo kuba no bayombekere bizimbe byingi omo water catchment area. Then abanda bo kurushisha Your Excellency nababuheju district aho Ruizi rukutandikira kandi barya abo kuba hariho omuntu ari aho Ruizi rukutandikira wokasharaho yakora farm. Konka we are trying to gezaho munonga Your Excellency kurenga twademorishinga amajago agaba sitebikirize okumbe kwa mbishara. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Translate in English. What have you said?
Yeah, I was saying that the main encroachers are in the Mbarara city. The city authorities allowed some encroachers to construct some houses in the river, on the river banks. And another serious encroacher is in Buweju, where the river starts from. So now that the chair of Buweju is here, he can really stand in answer his case. For those who are constructed in wetlands, we have held meetings with them and made even directives that those houses should be demolished.
They should be.
Yeah, they should be demolished. But now the problem is with the enforcement. When the enforcement team goes on ground, we don't know whether they are compromised. And we also need your support.
No, we first to talk and agree like mature people, and then they remove their chairs, remove their whatever they can remove.
Your Excellency, we have talked enough. And I think this time
I'm going to come in and call them and
yeah, come in and we see how we can enforce this structure. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Nobanyetade Watwire, chairman wa bweru orwize nruga bweru kandi tugerezeho kurukuma compared to the previous days, because now we have a project of environment from the Ministry of Water and Environment, and we have tried very much to protect that source of River Wiz. However, we have two people there. They encroached that area some years ago, and when we tried to remove them, what they did, they even rent court. And now, our environment, the natural resource officer is in court struggling with those people.
I will defend him.
Yes, she's there, and you know, these litigations, you find the district has no money. So whoever Your Excellency, and I want to thank our RDCs here, we are seriously battling with those people. Hakuna mchezo.
Very good. Because that's where the river comes from. So finally, I agree to a retreat with the local government leaders. I want my office to arrange for it maybe in August or September. Then we are moving well. So in your presentation, reflect our views, which are that SDGs will be permanently anchored in a society that has undergone socio-economic transformation. And socio-economic transformation, how? From Okoro Chida Kionka, from working only for the stomach, to a modern society based on modern agriculture, based on industry, based on services, and with the artificial intelligence as the brains of that new society. And then you show what steps we are taking there. You can show some schools, education, some health, factories, and so on, so that you can see you can show the transformation. Because I don't believe. So I don't know. I want to ask my daughter, Susan Namono, whether, because whenever I go to those meetings, I insist on linking socio-economic transformation with the SDGs. But sometimes people are talking about SDGs without talking about socio-economic transformation. So I have not been attending these meetings recently, but I've got my daughter, Namono, Susan, come and help me catch up. What is happening there now? How are you? What's your constituency? Have they accepted my integration of socio-economic transformation with the SDGs, which are mainly social issues?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we agree. Definitely, I think for us to get to the sustainable development goals sustainably, the society needs to be transformed.
Yes.
I think part of the challenge
has it been captured in the literature, in the documents, and so on?
I think we're still struggling, because while we talk about this coordination, the development world is also not well coordinated. So when we talk about the social things, we're not looking at the monies that will support these social things to happen.
This is what I told them.
So we need your voice to help us come together.
Can you get my speech, the speech I gave that on the launch? Because I was there, I was one of the, but I told them, my office can get it. Not now, get it, and then you share it with Susan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup.
Pas de quoi.
Okay, with these few words, it is my pleasure to do what? To thank you. Kubanga simanyi kiddako.
Let's give His Excellency the President a better clap. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the Your Excellency, through you, allow me now invite the Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister, to come and cite for us the 3 books that publications or literature that you're going to launch. The facilities are already with your security, and the PS is going to lead us through that. And then shortly I will list the names of persons who are going to accompany His Excellency to sign. Mr. PS, you're most welcome.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, ekiddako is signing of reports. Your Excellency, the first report is on the voluntary national review. This is a report that has been compiled as a result of a stakeholder engagement where we have been able to bring people together and make this report. This report is to be presented to the UN in New York during the high-level political forum in July next month. This report tells Uganda's story on the socio-economic transformation and SDG implementation. So the issues of socio-economic transformation are embedded into the report. The second report is on an assessment of ensuring that nobody is left behind in development and humanitarian settings. This report has identified different categories and subgroups that are left behind or are at risk of being left behind. This report was authored by the Office of the Prime Minister and the UN Women in Uganda. And the third report is on the local government service delivery, the assessment report which was given out yesterday, the results we got them yesterday. It highlights the levels of service delivery in the different local governments, including the ranking of these local governments. These are the 3 reports, Your Excellency, that you are going to append the signature. And of course, like I said, the first one is going to be presented to the high-level political forum in New York. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Dunstan Balaba, the PS, Office of the Prime Minister. May I now take the privilege to invite the following persons to accompany His Excellency and sign alongside him. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Raphael Majezi, the Minister of Local Government. We will also have the UN Resident Coordinator, Ms. Susan Ngongi Namondo. UN Women Country Representative, Ms. Paulina Chiwangu. Executive Director of the Uganda NGO Forum, Dr. Moses Isoba. We will also have the chairperson of the Parliamentary SDG Forum will accompany them. There is the Interreligious Council of Uganda, represented by Sheikh Ali Waiswa, Deputy Mufti. We will have the Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Dunstan Balaba, and finally, the head of the SDG Secretariat, Dr. Albert Biamogisha, to accompany His Excellency to sign. we have the Minister for Local Government representing all the local governments. Going to call. There, how many people? Who are they? That is Injiro, Kivanda, Mubende municipality. Technical team, can you show on the screens for the participants to watch? His Excellency is already signing the literature, and it would be good to, yes. Thank you very much, technical team. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for performing that noble task. And thanks to the Right Honorable Prime Minister and other dignitaries who are accompanying you. Immediately after the signing, in 2 minutes, we will have a short 2-minute function of the award of best performing local governments. The first three that came, number 1, number 2, number 3, will be recognized and awarded appreciation. His Excellency is now taking a historical picture with other dignitaries led by the Right Honorable Prime Minister who have just signed on those documents. As His Excellency finalizes that, can we get the plaques or whatever the award is quickly to the Right Honorable Prime Minister here so that those districts are awarded? There are 3 districts that, Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is for you to award. Isinjiro District, kindly, the LC5, the RDC, and the CAO, can you come and represent Isinjiro District? Right Honorable Prime Minister, you can hand over the award, I think. The awardees kindly come forward and receive your awards. And And we can say this is proudly witnessed for the winning districts by His Excellency the President. Your performance has been witnessed by His Excellency the President. So there are the representatives of Isingiro district that came up as the best in performance according to the assessment. The Isingiro district scored, I think, 93. Very good performance. Keep it up. Don't drop the gun. Continue performing high so that you can be a role model to the rest. Don't drop the points. Next year, we don't want to hear that you are the best with 87. Make sure you get better than 93. The next is Ivanda. Next is Ivanda. Next is Ivanda. The LC5 chair, RDC, and Kao Ivanda come forward. Ivanda, I can see the RDC, Mr. Caleb Kekiriza. They have been joined by the Deputy Coordinator for PDM, formerly Ivanda, woman MP. They will be followed by Mubende Municipality. As Mubende Municipality is coming, may I invite Isingiro, RDC, Kao, and LC5 to come back for a group picture that will include all the winning district representatives. Ivanda, just wait here. Ivanda, just wait here. Mubende Municipality. Mubende Municipality, come forward and receive your recognition.
Technical. They should be ready. Reverse order. Yes, I'm about to call for it.
Okay, group picture with the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Your Excellency, these leaders have insisted on requesting that they have this historical group picture with you as their leader. May I request for masks? Right Honorable Prime Minister, they had not been organized for that group picture. Can I request for masks to be given to each of the leaders here? Let's rush, our leaders, let's rush and take position. Make sure you put on your masks. Put on your masks. Thank you once again, Your Excellency, for being flexible. This was not on the program. We really appreciate you for being a true parent and a true leader. Thank you for your patience, and thanks for being flexible, Your Excellency. You are a true revolutionary leader. The military people have one important principle: flexibility. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand up for the anthems as we end. Your Excellency, official closure by you before the anthem, sir. You're supposed to make an official declaration to close this gathering, this two-day conference of your leaders. Your Excellency, sir.
Having successfully concluded our businesses, I declare the conference closed.
Anthems in reverse order. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Members, all participants, we will allow His Excellency to depart, and then departure will be in reverse order. The rest of the announcements, there is lunch we will give you shortly, but we will have lunch at the restaurant up where we were yesterday. Thank you once again, Your Excellency. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, all the ministers, the UN family. Thank you very much, all the participants. In a special way, the media team, thank you all very much for working with the organizers to ensure that this is done. May God bless you all, and as you travel back to your different destinations, travel safely. God bless you all. Protocol team from the Prime Minister's office, protocol team, ensure that you lead the participants and the dignitaries, the Prime Minister's team, like yesterday. Like it was done yesterday, same place of sitting. Protocol team from the Prime Minister's office, ensure that everything is done in order like was done yesterday. Lead the participants, lead the Prime Minister's team like it was done yesterday. Protocol team, take note. Thank you very much and God bless you all.